on a disk floating through space with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what YouTube does to Team Skeptics outros. Sorry for the delay. We just had a little delay with getting people joining, but we're going to have a good show for you tonight. Joining me as ever is my partner in crime, Team Skeptic. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. You can actually put me on camera at least for the intro because I'm going to be fixing that shit back there that was falling down while we think. But I don't want to. Well, I just put it up temporarily so I could say hi to everybody. Let everybody know. Thank you so much for subscribing to my gaming channel.
Woohoo! Past 1,000.
We just crossed 1,000. Past 1,000 yesterday. So hopefully we can get those 4,000 watch hours so we can have some fun over there.
There's also a
awesome.
new gaming channel that I'd like to point out to people. The guy that sings my intro. He's just started a new channel called Turbosaurus Rex. So if anyone wants to search up Turbosaurus Rex and go give him a subscribe, I would much appreciate that. Now, joining us for the first time on a live stream is James George, who is the resident flat earther for today. James, thank you for joining. How are you?
Pleasure. I'm very well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Looking forward to getting this sorted. Just before we start, there's a few super chats I want to read out, especially as teams here. Jessica G for $2 says FTFE's back must hurt, always carrying team around. And then Jessica G for $2 says FTFE is Han Solo, team is Greedo. And then Jessica G for $2 says FTFE is Skywalker, team is not even in the credits. And then Fohammer335 for $2 says Jessica, who's this team guy anyway? And then J.O. Warren for $4.99 says FTFE is the evolution as team is the vestigial structures. Elia Moon for $5 says, oh, I feel like I need to show team some love, but my garden's all out of F's to give. Then Jessica G for $2 says FTFE is Yoda, team is Keanu, Monday, Andy Dickver. And then J.O. Warren for $1.99 says FTFE is the Holy Trilogy, team is the prequels. Jessica G for $2 says FTFE is the whole team. Team Skeptic is the crowd noise. Fohammer for $2 says team makes Striggers look good. I love you, team. Michaela Malefica says FTFE is Val Kilmer to team's Christian Bale. Pretty good, but we all know who the definitive Dark Knight really is. And then last one, Jessica G for $2 says FTFE is the Bugatti Veyron. Team Skeptic is the smart car. Lots of love for you tonight, team.
No, always lots of love. And I appreciate it. I know, honestly, like I'm one of those people with the weirdest fucking sense of humor, and also I have some of the thickest skin that you'll ever fucking meet because I've had a shit life growing up. I was talked shit about my entire life growing up, and it all, as an adult, I've just learned to take it in stride, have a good fucking time with it, and yeah, Jessica G, she only fucking says that shit because I'm fucking making her sign a prenup before she'll marry me because all of our I need to protect my alien holdings.
Yeah.
And she's the lover of aliens, so.
Right, let's crack on with this. Oh, there's one more. It says Ilya Moon for $2. I love your team. So there is love for you.
Oh, I love you too, Ilya. Thank you so much.
Yes, James, how you doing?
One person loves me.
So your friend in America, can he hear me?
Yes, he can hear you as well. He is on a slight delay due to the fact that he's in America, but he can hear you, yes.
Okay, I've only got like some weird graphic now instead of his face.
Yeah,
it's not weird. I mean,
he's turned his camera off so that he can sort some stuff out behind. But he will be here to help moderate the conversation.
Yeah, I'll be here the whole time.
So.
Okay, it's just you didn't introduce yourself. Hello, my name's James. What's your name, mate?
Sorry, I thought I did introduce you. This is Team Skeptic.
Oh right, I was wondering what his real name.
So, he doesn't release his real name.
John.
Yeah, John will do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
John.
go on, John.
John.
Okay, cool.
All right, James. Thank you for joining.
Or not?
Well, he did show his face just now.
Yeah, no, but throughout the evening, is he going to be there or not?
Probably here. He might pop his face back on every now and then.
Yeah.
A lot of the time when I've got team there most of the time he'll usually bring up graphics and stuff for me that are pertinent to the debate and stuff as well and display that on the screen.
Okay.
Right, so let's just get into it, James. Why do you think the Earth's flat?
Yeah. Okay. Well, basically, I think one thing that's kind of overlooked by you globies, right, is that, like, every flat earther has obviously existed on the same Earth, planet, you call it, but the same place as you for the whole of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And, has learnt the same things as, hang on 2 seconds. Has learnt the same things, has been taught the same things about Earth as you have, right? And they've grown up, believing we live on a ball Earth and being aware of the fact. I was aware. We'll get into this slightly later because I find it interesting how people who quite often who don't believe in one conspiracy. Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to go through it later, but I reckon I could list off a whole load of conspiracies that I bet neither of you guys believe, right? But my point is that we have been told the same things that you have, and as I say, I can remember trying to explain to someone about 9/11. 10, however many years ago it was, about 2007, 2008. And I can remember saying to them, like, after a while, it's not as if I'm trying to convince you that the Earth is flat, right? As in, like, they thought the idea that 9/11 could be an inside job was such a far stretch to the imagine, that it was like, I was saying, it's hardly akin to me trying to persuade you that the world is flat, right? What I'm trying to say is that I'm fully aware of how ridiculous, and every flat earther is completely aware of how ridiculous it sounds to say we live on a flat Earth, because we've been told different our entire lives, and the idea of flat Earth has been ridiculed, and it's kind of like synonymous with completely, out there ridiculous, crazy subjects, which is the way that I had, known about it, and that was my only experience of it my entire life. So. When it's as if people like on the globe side, they seem to forget that we already know that. We know that it sounds stupid to suggest.
Okay,
we live on.
But here's the thing, right? Flat earthers, they've lived on the Earth the same time as us and everything. But when you say they've been taught the same things as us, that's not always true, right? Because I mean, for me, I've got 2 BScs. I've got a bachelor's in physics and I've got a bachelor's in nuclear engineering, right? So I think that I'm qualified to talk about physics. I've studied it for a lot of my life. Now, I can guarantee you will not find a single flat earther that even has a college level education in physics.
No, that's not true.
Tell me one, because I've never met any.
Well, no, I've that guy. I mean, I think it's very, very weird what happened to Brian Mullen.
But he lied about all his qualifications and stuff. So,
but he didn't, because there are people who were.
Brian Mullen absolutely did lie about his qualifications and being a surveyor and stuff, and that was all. Even he admitted that the things that were said about him were actually other things that flat earthers said that weren't entirely true. They were trying to big him up more than he actually was. He does have some engineering qualifications, but nothing that would allow him to discern the shape of the world. He knows nothing about surveying. He knows nothing about actually, earth sciences and physics like that. And here's the thing, right? You'll find a flat earther who says, oh, I've got this qualification in something. And then all of a sudden, every flat earther is touting this person as, look, we've got a scientist, we've got an engineer. For instance, when J.M. Truth appeared on the scene, right? J.M. Truth said, I'm a physicist, right? And every flat earther went, we've got a physicist on our side. Yes, we can shove this down everyone's throat. But then J.M. Truth said that the sun is on fire and needs oxygen. If you were a physicist and you had any qualifications in physics, that's not something you would ever say. And that's why it's quite clear that Brian Mullen did not have the qualifications that everybody was saying he did. And even he admitted that, no, I'm not a qualified professional geodesic surveyor and stuff.
Let me interject something about Brian. Let me interject just a little bit about him. In one of his most basic demonstrations and explanations in one of his videos, he completely disregarded the conservation of momentum of an object that's moving. Now, to a flat earther, very well, very well versed in conservation, laws of conservation, he listens to Brian and goes, oh, that guy knows what he's talking about, and he said this should be the case. Well, anybody with a basic physics understanding, basic physics education, is going to immediately be able to point that out and say he messed up there because he didn't actually take this into account. So then when you go back and you look at it and you say, well, how can a trained physicist or a trained engineer, a trained scientist make such a minute mistake, or not a minute, but it's such a huge mistake, such a minute detail that's a huge mistake that anybody would do. Like, if I ask a physicist what happens when I'm driving a car moving at 60 miles an hour and I toss a ball up in the air, none of them are going to go, it should go all the way back to the back of the car. They just don't do that. They just don't say that. And in Brian Mullen's explanation, that would have been the case when he says, oh, let me throw the ball up and it run back to the back of the car.
No, it wouldn't. If you're talking about his video, it wouldn't. That's not what he was saying at all. If you're saying the video that he put up about relative motion, or relative velocity, which is what you're talking about, which is the fly inside the car thing, right? Hello?
I don't remember exactly which. Yeah, I'm here. I don't remember. Remember, there's a slight delay, so if it takes me a second to answer, my bad on that. Okay. No, I know he doesn't. The video is no longer up because it was a video that I had set aside to do a debunk when I first started in this debunking of nonsense. Okay. Well, at any point in time, if you want to share that video with me so I can make fun of him, please do. Because I have not been able to find his videos since since he disappeared off the internet.
But
yeah, I would like to see the proof you've got of him admitting that he doesn't have any of these qualifications.
That was all done between him and George Hutnick.
Right. And why didn't he post anything online? Why was it?
I mean, it was all posted online as far as I know. This is why the information all came out. And
it's completely untraceable. Unless you can get hold of him. Are you in touch with him at all? Can you get hold of him?
With who? With Brian?
Yeah.
No. I left a couple of comments on some of his videos, but he never responded to me. And then the videos that I did put on were taken down. So he's never responded to me.
Right.
But it comes back to the fact that he touts himself as someone with knowledge in physics and surveying and stuff. But when you look at the facts, he has none of that knowledge. None at all.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that?
I know that because every other surveyor in the world, every single surveyor in the world measures curve.
Yeah.
Right? They work with geodesic surveyors work with something called a spherical excess. And that is because when they measure triangles, to measure distances, all the triangles add up to more than 180 degrees, which would be impossible if we were on a flat plane. And when you actually add up all of the triangles, like for instance, there's a whole bunch, I could bring up the page from mctoon.net, which actually got an entire page of measurements of the radius of the Earth, right? And it's full of, let me get up so you can actually see it on the screen. Where is it?
I have Paint 3D ready to go if we need it.
Yeah. So this is mctoon's website, mctoon.net, right? And he has collated a whole bunch of actual measurements of the radius of Earth's, measurements of the Earth's radius, right? You can go and look through all the documents yourself. But what you see is that there's ones that were done across Great Britain, there's ones that were done across the USA, ones that were done across India.
Done across, what do you mean? I mean, what do you mean?
Okay, well, we can get into the specifics of how the surveying was done in a sec, but I just want to get to the point that all these different teams that measured the radius of the Earth in different points around the world all came to the same conclusion, that the Earth has a radius.
Okay, all right.
So the way that they do it, if you want me to, sorry, James, I do apologise. Go on.
I don't really want to get into the minutiae of this. This wasn't. I mean, I've never heard about measuring the radius of the Earth, so I have to go off and learn about it a bit. But I'm just wondering how is it they measure the radius of the Earth across England? I mean, the doesn't make any sense. Doesn't sound like it makes any sense to me. Like, can you explain a little bit to me?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? We know the distances, for instance, from John O'Groats to Land's End, okay? We know how far that is, right? So if you were then to measure...
As the crow flies.
Yeah, let's say as the crow flies, from John O'Groats to Land's End, we know what that distance is, right? So then if we were to measure certain elevations at points, so as you go from John O'Groats up to Land's End, other way around, right? You would measure elevation points. So you would say, right, from here, I am going to measure a certain point over there and see what the elevation is in comparison to where I am. And then you move to the next point, and then you measure elevation to another point, right? And when you add up all these measurements together, what you get is something like this. This was the determination of heights between Pikes Peak in, I think this is in LA somewhere, across the USA. And what they do is from these points, right, they go to here, and they measure the elevation to this point, and then they measure the elevation up to this point, and then to this point, and then they go here, and they measure the elevation to here, and to here, right? And because they know the distance between certain points on the Earth, they can then use these calculations to say, well, if that's the angle of the triangles that you get when you measure it, this is what the radius of the Earth is going to be, right? And when you add up all the figures from all these different things around the world, all the different teams that have never met, right, they've all come to the same conclusion that the Earth has a radius of approximately 4,000 miles.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't know anything about radiuses, and so I'd have to look into that, because I don't know anything about that.
Well, I'm happy to share any of the info that I have with you, through Facebook or anything once we finish talking. But this is what it comes down to for me, James. Right? Is that I can show you measurements of the Earth's radius. I can show you evidence that the Earth rotates. I can show you measurements of the Earth rotating, but there is not any measurements that the Earth is flat or that the Earth is still. If you know what I mean. There's no measurements to say that.
Well, what measurements have you got to prove the Earth's rotating?
Oh, cool. No worries. This is a good one.
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it
This
has
is
to
a
turn
15 degrees thing.
Uh-huh.
And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift.
Is this from Video on the Curve?
navigation systems?
This was a documentary on Netflix.
It was extremely
Yeah,
precise.
called Beyond the Curve.
If we could simply get one of these ring laser
Right,
gyroscopes, we would be able to
Just listen to his words a sec. Just listen to his words.
Yeah. I've seen it.
Actually purchased one for 20,000.
And apparently he picks up
But what
15
we found
degrees.
is when we turned on that gyroscope,
Well,
we found
I mean,
that we were
There's
peaking
not a
at
lot I can say to that, other than that documentary
15
itself
degree per hour.
seems very odd.
Well,
Like, as far as a flat
whether the documentary is off or not, those were Bob's words, right? This is what Bob Nadell said. Those were his words. And then later on in the same documentary, he obviously forgot that he was mic'd up, right? And he was talking to somebody else going, you know what? If we release what we've got right now, we'd be screwed. That's top secret. You can't tell anyone that. And he was mic'd up.
Is that why he included it in the film?
Well, he didn't include it in the film. He wasn't the one that edited it. But
oh right,
the
person who edited it in the film, if it was so damaging.
Because it was a documentary made by Netflix, not something to help flat earthers. It was a documentary about flat earthers, right? And they had Bob coming on explaining all this stuff, and then they went with Bob to the meetup and everything, and Bob was mic'd up, and Bob said in his own words, you know what, if we tell everyone what we've figured out with our gyroscope, we're going to be fucked. Because he knew that he had measured the Earth's rotation.
Okay, I think that whole thing is a bit dodged. I didn't realise that Netflix made that film.
Yeah.
I thought it was made by...
whether it's dodge or not, right, isn't the point. It's what Bob did.
It is.
Right? And Bob used an interferometric fibre optic gyroscope to measure that the Earth rotates at 15 degrees per hour. And it's not just Bob that does this, right? Every single person that ever turns on an interferometric gyroscope measures the same thing. And every pilot that turns them on in their plane, instantly, it shows what's happening, right? Because the Earth is rotating and these instruments rely on that to actually function.
Yeah. I'm not buying you. I'm not buying you on that, I'm afraid.
Why not?
I'm going to have to look up, because I don't know about that instrument, so I'm not going to try and argue about something that I don't know anything about.
I can explain it to you. I know the science behind it very well.
Okay, go on. Explain as briefly as you can.
Right. Okay. Let me find the video. Oh, I think I deleted that one. Sorry, my computer had upgrades today, and most of my files are now in different places. So bear with me while I just grab that video that I need. Yes, guys, I did get my upgrades done to my computer today. I got a AMD Ryzen 3700 series CPU added, and 32 gigs of crosshair RAM. So it's running like a fucking dream right now. That's what I want. Sagnac effect, that's it. Okay. So yeah, thank you to everybody that has helped me with getting the upgrades for my computer. It means the world. Right, let me get this back up so you can see it. Right, so this is the inside of an interferometric fiber optic gyroscope, what they look like, okay? Mm-hmm. And what they do, this blue box here, right, it fires a beam of light. This is a half silver coated mirror, right? Half of it is coated to reflect some of the beam of light, and some of it allows the beam of light down this way. So it essentially splits the beam of light into two paths. Now, if the instrument isn't rotating, then it means that when the two paths of light go round the circuit, they will meet up at the same time because light travels at a constant speed, right? And then what happens here is you would not measure an interference of any kind. But if the device is actually moving, what that does is technically the inside of the device is moving underneath the light traveling, which means that the path the light has to take becomes longer. And what happens is when the light recombines, you measure an interference pattern, right? And that is because it is moving.
So hang on. This machine, what's it called again?
An interferometric fiber optic gyroscope or ring laser gyroscope. They work on the same kind of basis.
Okay, we'll call it a ring laser gyroscope then.
Yeah.
So this ring laser gyroscope, to get this reading, what do you just plonk it on the ground?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, you literally just put it on the ground, or Bob, for instance, he did a video where he was showing Nathan how it works, right? And he had it on his desk, just sitting there, and he showed that as he turned it on, without doing anything, it's just sitting there, but straight away it started registering that 15-degree drift, not just in the two dimensions either. It registered it as a yaw, a pitch, and a roll, which is what you would expect from a sphere because you rotate it on 3 axes. And like I said, it was just sitting there on his desk. You reset it, and it instantly starts measuring that again. And that's because the desk is on his building's floor, which is on the Earth, which is rotating. And a gyroscope can only measure the movement of what is physically on. So that's why we know that it is measuring a rotation. It cannot be detecting anything else.
Right. Well, as I say, I don't. I thought I'd caveat this discussion at the beginning by saying I don't have the answers to everything, because obviously this subject covers a lot of things.
Yeah. But
what I do have is certain kind of pretty concrete observations that literally there's nothing you can really say that it's so, as far as I'm concerned, it's so obvious.
Okay, cool.
I'll just go through.
Yeah, this is what I like. I like when flat earthers come and present evidence, right? Because it's then something we can talk about. So please, go ahead. The floor is yours. Give us your best evidence that you think that demonstrates the Earth isn't a globe or it's flat or however you claim it.
Okay, so you going to counter the points now, or shall I just go through all of them and you count them later?
Just do it one by one. So just start with what your best one for now.
Okay, so the relative motion thing. So a plane flying over the Earth, and you guys are trying to tell us that the reason why a plane doesn't have to take into consideration the speed of the spin of the Earth or the direction of the speed of the spin is a bit like a fly flying around inside a car, because obviously the fly is trapped inside the capsule of the car moving along the road, and it has that momentum already with it, so it can move around inside that car independently. Just like someone walking in a train, even though the train's going this way and the person is walking this way, it's still moving this way, even though it's walking that way, right?
Yeah.
It's relative motion, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Now, the thing is, that is not the same as what is going on the Earth. Okay?
Why not?
Because and I may use this term slightly incorrectly because I haven't studied physics, but I'm going to sort of explain what I mean by the term before I start. So I'm going to use the term vector, right?
Okay.
And what I mean by a vector, my usage of the term, whether it's slightly incorrect or not, I'm not sure. But the definition of an object moving in a certain direction with force. Yeah?
Yeah, that's what a vector is. It's a direction, basically.
Okay. Right, okay. So the situation where you've got the fly inside the car, you've got two vectors going on. You've got the fly flying around inside the car, and then you've got the car moving along the road.
Yeah.
You agreed, right? So as far as my definition goes, do you see what I'm saying by there's two vectors there? There's two independent motions going on.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Now, on the Earth, there is only one motion going on.
Why'd you say that?
Which is because the plane is flying over the Earth. It's just one vector. If you're then going to say, which I imagine you will, is that no. There are two vectors. There is the plane moving over the Earth, and then there's the Earth moving. That's the second vector. Well, in which case, I'll say to you then, well, the fly in the car has then got three vectors involved in the scenario, not two.
No, I think you're getting that slightly wrong. Right, the way that you need to think about this is the inside of the car is essentially the Earth's atmosphere. Now, the main thing here to ask you is how does a plane fly? What does a plane use to give itself lift and thrust?
The air.
Yeah, right. Now, the next question for you is, what is the atmosphere doing in relation to the Earth? Is it rotating with the Earth?
The atmosphere is not rotating at all. It is just above the Earth.
No, incorrect. The atmosphere is rotating with the Earth.
Well, no, but the thing is, and I can just tell every single point that I make, right, what's going to happen is that we're just going to butt heads. And you're going to go, no, it's this way. And I'm going to go, no, it isn't. And you're going to go, yes, it is. And I'm going to go, no, it isn't. Well, the fact is, right, hang on, just let me finish.
Yeah, go on.
If you had a model of the Earth, right?
We do.
With two drones on it, okay?
Yeah.
And say we made this model a mile high, yeah?
Right.
Just for the sake of right? Okay, so you've got a globe that's a mile high.
And
right?
just to be clear, this globe is within the Earth's atmosphere already, yeah?
Within the Earth's atmosphere.
Right, okay.
Obviously, within the Earth's atmosphere, yeah? And you put two drones on it, right?
Right.
One flying in one direction and one flying in the other direction.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're both starting from the same point. Okay, one flying this way, one flying that way. Okay, and the globe is spinning that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yeah.
Right. Now it's really not difficult and not complicated in any way, shape, or form to suggest that the drone that's flying. Okay, so the Earth is spinning. I'm trying to work out which way it looks on the screen. Say the Earth is spinning that way. Okay. This way. In any circumstance where you had that model in place, and you had, say, you were turning the globe at whatever speed, right, a relative speed, 1,000 miles an hour, and then you set the drones one to fly that way and one to fly that way, and you gave them equidistance to fly in opposite directions, right? Of course, the one flying into the spin would get to its destination first. Are you with me?
Yeah. But there's a problem with what you're saying, because you are doing this entire thing with... I'll let you finish.
It's like, basically, I want you guys, and I'm going to do this, probably, even though I can imagine you'll just get caught up in your own sense of this idea of science you've got, which doesn't really seem to be practical in an exemplary way in a model, right? You would... like, at what point does that model, as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, does that idea suddenly fall apart?
It doesn't. And here's the issue with the model you have just described.
You just you've just agreed, right, that the one flying into the spin.
Yeah, I know I've agreed, but you've got a major issue with what you're saying, James. The major, hold on. The issue with what you're saying is that entire thing that you are describing is within Earth's atmosphere, right? So that globe that you've built that's a mile high doesn't have an atmosphere rotating with it, right? But in our model on the Earth,
The atmosphere is not connected to the Earth, mate.
yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
How is air connected to the Earth?
Do you know what friction is?
I know what friction is.
Right, exactly. The atmosphere is rotating with the Earth due to friction.
How is it? How is that the case?
Because the Earth has been rotating for billions of years and is dragging the atmosphere with it.
That is absolute nonsense, mate.
No, well, okay. Why isn't there? Seriously, this is what our model says, James. Hold on. This is what our model says. James, just listen, right? In our model, in reality, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth.
It's not reality.
It is reality because in reality, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, right? That is what. Wait, James, hold on, right? You're trying to redefine our model, right? Our model says that the atmosphere rotates with the Earth.
No sense. Why is it you can make a model of what is going on with the scenario of a train or a car moving along a road and a fly or a person moving inside it? Why can you make a model of that and understand perfectly the relative motion involved, but you can't do that with a globe? And the only reason why you're saying you can't is because it's within the Earth's atmosphere. That's nonsense. It makes no difference.
No, of course it makes a difference because in our model, James, please stop interrupting me when I'm trying to respond to you, all right? In our model, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth. Right, it is literally dragged along by friction, billions and billions of years of the atmosphere being there and the Earth rotating. The atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, right? Which means that any plane that is flying uses that atmosphere that is rotating to fly. So if the Earth is rotating from east to west and it's got a linear speed at the equator of 1,000 miles an hour, right? That's linear speed, not rotation. That's a linear speed, right?
Yeah.
When a plane takes off.
And when you say rotating, let's just forget it. That's the speed that the Earth is moving. Let's just break it down.
It's not. No. It's really not. There's very different. James, I've got a degree in physics. You need to listen to me here. There is a big difference between. No, James, hold on. If you're not, James, you need to listen. Right, there is a big difference between linear speed and rotational speed.
Just hang on for 2 seconds. Okay, right. I'm going to break this down, trying to demystify the whole.
Are you going to let me respond to your point or not? Because you're just.
To your point. I'll just let you talk for a few minutes.
I haven't even finished my point, James. Right. The point here is that in our model, the atmosphere does rotate with the Earth, and if a plane takes off at the equator, right, it already has a tangential speed to the east of 1,000 miles an hour. Right. Now, if it then travels 500 miles an hour within Earth's atmosphere, it technically has a tangential speed to the east of 1,500 miles an hour. If it was to take off from the equator and travel west at 500 miles an hour, it would technically have a tangential speed to the east of 500 miles an hour because 1,000 minus 500 is 500. And that is how, is literally how it works. The fact that the atmosphere rotates with the Earth.
I don't know why stopping us.
Can I ask?
Because this model, right, it's very convenient for you because it's not provable.
No, it is provable.
Because we're in the Earth's atmosphere, so you can't make a model to show how it works. Because
we've got a model.
No, but if you made a model of this, why can you make a model of the train? It's still within inside our atmosphere, right? Why can you make a model of the train with someone walking inside it, moving along, and you can see this relative motion in operation perfectly?
It's very simple, James. The problem you can't recreate the Earth with a moving atmosphere is because there isn't a big enough body to create that amount of gravity to hold an atmosphere to something to recreate that. When you're saying you can make a model, there's the globe, you are missing the rotating atmosphere from your model. You're missing a vital part. The fact is, and you really can't deny this fact, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth. That's an empirical fact.
What proof have you got?
Well, is there a 1,000 mile an hour wind to the east at the equator?
So what?
Is there? Yes or no?
No, there isn't.
Well, therefore, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth.
No, that's nonsense because you haven't proved that the Earth's rotating.
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation,
No,
every 24 hours, that means
Apart
that
from that-
Don't tell me that the Earth, we haven't proved that the Earth is rotating when I can do it until the cows come
it's
home,
going to
right?
drift.
No, apart from that,
In
Craig.
today's-
You want more evidence? I can give you more evidence that the Earth is rotating. You ever heard of Foucault's pendulum?
I thought this was my turn to talk.
Yeah, okay, you've just asked me apart from that, though. I mean, just so you know, I can give you a whole bunch of evidence of the Earth rotating.
No. Because I'm just trying to break this down, because not everyone watching you is a physics major either, right? Okay, you may
No,
rate
a lot
yourself
of them have
very
gone
well.
back to college because of me, though.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm sure you're very proud of that.
I am.
Look, when you've got a globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
A globe, right? And your head is the sun, okay? So say, for example, right? I'm here, your head's the sun, right? The globe is turning,
Am I
right?
shooting beams of eyes?
And it's turning once every 24 hours, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And the idea is that the circumference of the Earth is 24,000 something or other miles.
Let's just
right?
say 25. It's closer to 25.
Okay, 25,000. So let's just say 24 for the sake of simplicity and the 24 hours, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay? You with me, right? So every hour on the equator, the Earth is moving 1,000 miles. Is that correct? Yeah?
Every hour the Earth is moving 1,000. No.
Hold on. Let me best
Yeah.
explain that. Let me
Yeah,
explain
team
that.
can-
I think
yeah, that's
the
gonna be
better
the
way
wrong
to
team.
explain it. So the better way to explain it, George, from your end, when you're trying to tell the globe earthers what their beliefs are, what their model states, is to say that a point on the surface of the Earth will rotate a distance of 1,000 miles per hour relative to the center of the rotation on the equator. No, I know, but when you say it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour, it's kind of misleading. I'm just giving you a better
Yeah.
way to explain
Yeah.
it for anybody that's trying to listen.
I-
In the
I-
model,
pretty
it's a
clear.
point on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, a
Okay,
point
alright.
on the surface of the Earth will move 1,000 miles at the
Okay.
equator
I did
around
say
a center of rotation.
Yeah, and
Okay,
just to clarify, to back up that, when you say the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, there's only one point of the Earth that is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. That's the equator. At the poles, there is no linear speed. Halfway
Right.
between the poles and the equator, the linear speed is about 500 miles an hour.
Yes, right, because the distance gets smaller.
Yeah.
Because you're on a globe. Like,
Yeah.
It's not difficult.
Yeah, but the main point is that the Earth rotates at 0.0000694 RPM, right? Which is not very fast.
No, it is fast though, because you're still having to cover 1,000 miles every hour. That's fast, no matter what way. Because people go, "Oh, it's not spinning very fast. It's spinning."
No,
the
it's
same,
not spinning fast.
Hey,
It's
can I
spinning the-
can I offer a can
Can I
I?
talk? You're saying it.
Yeah, I'm on a delay. So if I talk over
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
my bad. It's not intentional. Go ahead.
Okay. Like people go, oh, the Earth's not spinning very quickly. It's spinning less quickly than the hour hand on a clock.
Half as fast.
And it's like, yeah, that's true. If there were 24 stages on the clock, and each stage was 1,000 miles.
Well, no, it's still true. It's still true no matter how big the clock is, because a rotational speed
Yeah.
is a rotational speed. Now,
Yeah, and still 1,000 miles an hour.
Right.
No,
we need to break this down to some basic maths, James, right? And the thing is, at the equator, do you...
I thought you weren't going to talk over me.
No, well, you need to let me respond to your points, right? Now, the important thing that you need to take away from this is, at the equator, what would the centrifugal acceleration be? What would the force at the equator be pushing you away from the Earth due to the speed that the Earth is rotating? What do you think that would be?
What would be the force pushing you away from Earth?
Yeah. Do you know what centrifugal acceleration is?
Centrifugal force. Yeah, kind of. It's why when you're on a fucking roundabout, you get slung to the outside of a car.
Yeah, basically, right? So, how much... if at the equator there's a 9.86 meters per second squared acceleration acting downwards, what do you think the acceleration acting in the other direction is at the equator? that's got a linear speed of 1,000 miles an hour?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea of what you're talking about.
Right. There's a force pulling you down, which is gravity. Okay. There's a force pushing in the other way due to the fact that the Earth is rotating. That's called centrifugal acceleration.
Yeah.
That centrifugal acceleration is, team, is it 0.0165 meters per second squared? Is that right?
I hold on. I'm sorry. I was responding to an email. What was the question?
The centrifugal acceleration at the equator, 0.0165 meters per second squared.
It's
It's about 0.05.
1/3 of 1%.
Yeah, about 0.05. Yeah.
What?
So when you're saying the Earth is traveling so fast, it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, you need to look at what forces that is causing, right? And when you do the math, based on the circumference of the Earth and the speed the Earth is rotating, you find that the centrifugal acceleration pushing you away from the Earth is 0.05% of the gravitational acceleration pulling you down. Because the Earth is rotating. Because that shows how slow the Earth is actually rotating.
No, that's nonsense. It's not. You cannot define 1,000 miles an hour in any stretch of the imagination as slow. You can't do it. You've got
I'm not saying it's slow, but 1,000 miles an hour isn't how you measure rotation.
Hold on. I want to say something about that.
Right,
1,000 miles per hour is extremely slow on the galactic scale. At particle accelerators, we move them at great speeds. At 1,000 miles per hour. Hold on, 1,000 miles per hour is nothing. It's only a lot to us because we're humans and that's what our senses are designed around.
Yeah,
we don't.
And we are the ones that's on the Earth. So 1,000 miles an hour is fast for us. Full stop. Okay,
Right.
Just full stop. Okay?
No.
Speed's
for you
relative.
maybe, but not for
Speed
me.
is relative, dude.
Can I talk now?
I'm just responding to what you said, and I don't think you realise that speed is relative.
Now,
No, I do understand.
I had something to add to this.
No two ways about it.
I had something to add to this rotation.
If you look, it's not complicated. You've got a
Clearly
ball.
is for you.
No, it isn't. Let me talk. Can I talk now without you talking over me?
As long as you give me the same respect, James, because you've been talking over me quite a lot.
Well, I think you've been talking probably for most of this.
To add when he's done.
Debate.
Yeah. Right, James, finish your point, and then Team Skeptic has a point, okay?
Okay, right. It's not complicated. We've got a ball that has got 24,000 miles in circumference. For one point to make a full circle in 24 hours, it has got to be traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. It's not complicated. 1,000 miles an hour is fucking quick.
Compared to, in relation to what, though?
No, just it is quick. In relation just to us, okay, on the Earth, in relation to us, it is very quick.
No, because we're travelling with it, though, so it's not quick to us. When you say 1,000 miles an hour, you need to give it in relation to something.
All right, okay, you're saying we're travelling with it. The thing is, when a plane takes off from that surface, so I'm talking about dead on the equator, okay? Say you've got a plane lined up parallel with the line of the equator, okay? Right on top of it, not literally bang on top of it, okay? Flying due west, okay? Yeah, all right. So you've got the Earth that's moving this way at 1,000 miles an hour, right? You've got a plane that's moving this way at 350, 400 miles an hour, yeah? When the plane leaves the Earth, it is no longer in momentum with the Earth. Now you're going to go, no, it is.
Incorrect. Do you know what the law of conservation of momentum is?
Roughly, yeah.
Right. So tell me why, when the plane leaves the Earth, it would lose that tangential speed. What would make it lose that tangential speed? Because Newton's laws of motion... Wait, hold on. Newton's laws of motion say that an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted on by an unbalanced force. So, the plane is at the equator, travelling that 1,000 miles... Well, James, let me finish my point, all right? The plane is at the equator, travelling that 1,000 miles an hour, okay? It has that tangential speed. It leaves the ground. Why would it then lose that tangential speed? What force is causing it to lose that tangential speed?
What do you think?
I'm asking you because you're the one that's claiming this.
What do you think's propelling the plane into the air? It's propellers. The power from its propellers.
Yes, but it uses the atmosphere, doesn't it?
Yes, it uses
Which
the
is
atmosphere.
rotating with the Earth.
No, but we're not talking about that for the moment.
We are, though.
We're talking about we're talking about it in relation to the Earth, right?
Yeah,
As it takes off.
the atmosphere is part of the Earth. It's the same reference frame.
You're asking what breaks the momentum.
Yeah.
The conservation of momentum. The fucking plane's engines is what breaks the momentum. It's got engines that are powering it in a certain direction.
Right, now it's team over to you, because, I mean, that's so much wrong. It's incredible.
Okay,
It's
so
not wrong.
Oh, it
three things
is.
I want to point out. Okay, listen.
Look,
Three things I want.
James, let team respond.
George.
I
James, I'm sorry, James.
You had, right, James, you've raised your
Are you
point, and
fucking
let us
kidding me?
respond to it.
You just fucking. I've been sitting here quiet, waiting for you to shut the fuck up. Now you shut the fuck up, so now let me talk.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, James, listen. I know you struggle with 1,000-mile-per-hour being fucking extremely fast, but let's really
James,
break
just
that down.
for a
Hold on, shut up. Shut the fuck up, dude. No, you shut the fuck up. All right, you know,
James,
we can always have.
James, if you
I
want a
am
conversation,
prick.
you need to
I
shut
am
the
a
fuck
prick,
up and
but at
listen
least
when
I'm not
people
a
are talking.
fucking moron like you goddamn idiot. All right,
You're a
so
moron.
I'm gonna break down. Because 1,000 miles per hour is extremely hard for you to understand. So I'm gonna tell you what it really is. It's really 1/671,000 c. Okay, so since you don't know what c is, c is the speed of light. That also equates to, shut up and
James,
listen.
shh.
1,000 miles per hour also equates to 0.0000015 c. So no, 1,000 miles per hour might be fast to your puny ass little brain, but it's not to someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about. The second thing I would like to point out is that you don't fucking know the difference between. No, you can't explain. You already said 1,000 was extremely fast. I was just pointing out you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The second thing I would like. Will you mute him, please?
James, will you be
The
quiet
second
for a
thing I
sec?
would like to point
James,
out.
shh.
Who is the first person?
The second
Who is the
thing.
first person?
Jesus fucking
James, you're
Christ.
muted for a sec because you need to listen.
Okay, so the second thing you need to fucking listen to, James, is that I don't think you know the difference between airspeed and ground speed. Do you? Because you keep talking about these numbers that the planes are doing and all this flying in the air that they're doing. But do you even know the difference between ground speed and? Of course he doesn't. And then the third point, you want some fucking you want proof of the Earth spinning? Go outside, go to sea level, take a measurement of the atmospheric pressure at the equator, and then take the same measurement of atmospheric pressure at the pole, okay? The two will be different, even though it's 14.7 across the globe, like we say, it will be different at the equator than at the pole. This is due to the Earth spinning and the centrifugal force pushing the atmosphere above the equator, away from the poles. So it naturally stands that if the Earth is a sphere and it rotates, there will be more of an atmospheric pressure at the equator than there will be at the pole. There's your observation right there.
Yeah, sure. Can I talk now for a sec?
Is that all you can?
What's your name
Shut
again?
the fuck up.
John, you said
Jeff.
it was cool.
Jeff. No,
Yes, Fred.
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff. Do you know
No,
how
Jeff.
it's
Right now it's Jeff.
Okay, Jeff. Whatever you want me to call you, I'll call you. Right? You want me to call you Jeff?
Lord.
Shit, call me daddy if you're gonna do that. Hell yeah. Say daddy. Just one time for me. Say, hey, daddy.
Hey, Dad. Do you want to try and like maintain a bit of kind of respect in the conversation? Or
Well,
you
could try that by learning to shut up
Are you
when
all-
people
what?
are talking. Dude.
Yeah,
seriously.
are you kidding me? After
Why
the
can
fucking
flat
childish
earthers
display you just put
why
on,
can
you want
flat
me to
earthers
take you
not
seriously?
Yeah.
Fucking
Why
kidding me?
can James? Why can flat earthers not understand how conversations work? Seriously.
No, you don't understand how conversations work. Who was the first person in this group to start hurling insults?
You called us all
friend in
morons.
America. Your little friend in America, yeah, calling me a fucking moron. Why
Well,
would you?
to be
feel-
honest, James, you are a
You are a
fucking moron.
fucking moron.
Really?
That's
Yes.
just a fucking observational fact
Hey,
at this point,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
I think we need to do so. James, I've got a simple
Yeah.
question for you. I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
A triangle of 1, 1, 1. So it'll be 360 degrees, won't it?
Fuck me.
The internal angles.
See, that's why you're a fucking moron, you fucking idiot. That doesn't even add up. The internal angles don't even add up to 360. You are demonstrably stupid, okay? You are demonstrably stupid. You should accept that. You should accept that. You should accept that fact and then ask us questions at this point. Listen to the answers. Go ahead there, dipshit.
You're just going to talk like little 10-year-olds, like in a playground.
Well, we're going to try and teach you some basic physics, and you're going to completely ignore it.
Right, okay. The internal angles of a triangle. As I said, I didn't do physics at A-level. I didn't do it for a degree.
You learned that in fucking junior school.
Shit.
Sorry?
You learned that in junior school.
What? How many? The internal angles of a triangle?
Yes! That's
Okay,
like...
so what
God damn it, you're so dumb.
difference does it make if I know that or don't?
Well, it shows that you are demonstrably thick as fuck.
Demonstrably thick as fuck, really.
Absolutely.
Can you speak fluent French, Craig?
I'm all right in French. I can speak fluent Klingon.
Are you fluent in French?
Can you speak fluent Klingon?
What's Klingon?
Patak!
So why is that funny?
Oh my god.
Why is that funny? Sorry, Craig. How old are you, Craig?
Older than you.
Yeah, you should.
If I'm 10, he's 7.
You don't act like it.
Well, you're the one that doesn't understand how conversations work, James. Now, let's go back. Let's go back to your plane example, right? Let's go back to your plane example, right? Right, James, stop talking now. James, this is where you listen and try and learn. James,
it's supposed to be a two-way conversation.
zip. This is where you be quiet and listen, right?
No,
Now,
Craig.
Dude, my show. Be quiet.
No. Stop talking to me like I'm a mug, right?
Well, you clearly are a mug. Shut the fuck up and listen for a second, all right?
No, Craig, you're a mug for talking to me like that, all right?
No, you're a mug because you don't know the internal angles of a triangle and think that for some reason planes magically have a 1,000-mile-an-hour force acting on them as soon as they leave the Earth. James, why when I jump up don't I slam backwards into my wall at 500 miles an hour?
Because you don't have fucking engines on you, you prick.
So what?
You're dumb as fuck, dude. Why when I'm driving in a car and I hold a ball in my hand? Hold on. You want to make a fucking bet? You want to make a bet? Listen, if I have a ball, hold on. I'm going on camera for this one to do this. All right. So, yeah, look. If I'm holding a ball in my hand, hold on, shut up for a second and listen to me. If I'm driving at 60 miles an hour in a car and I'm holding a ball in my hand and I just drop my hand real fast, does the ball shoot back to the back of the car or does it follow my hand? Because my hand, me, the car, the air inside, the ball, everything is carrying that momentum with it. So when I go down like that from an outside perspective, it wouldn't look like the ball went straight down. It would look like the ball went that way. Fucking dipshit.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
No, you probably didn't.
I didn't.
You didn't.
Really,
You didn't. You just told Craig that when he jumps up, he should fall to the back because he doesn't have engines, you fuckface.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
No,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So,
yes.
again,
Yes, you did. You just told him he didn't have engines, you fucker.
Right, James, I want to ask you this question again. Why, James?
Deaf.
James,
do you want to stop swearing, or is that,
James,
are you incapable of doing that?
James, are you capable of shutting up and listening for a few minutes? No, seriously. Is there something wrong with your brain that allows you to stop you moving your mouth or something? Just listen and try and learn for 2 seconds, right? Just try and listen and learn.
Everything.
James, shut up and try and listen for 2 seconds. Right. A plane leaves the equator, and the equator has a tangential speed of 1,000 miles an hour. So does the atmosphere that the plane is flying in. So no matter which way the plane flies, it still maintains that 1,000-mile-an-hour tangential speed because of the conservation of momentum, and it is used in the atmosphere that is rotating with the Earth to fly.
Craig, it is nonsense.
No, it's a fact.
No, it's not a fact, Craig.
So you know better than every physics major in the world, do you?
No, I didn't say that, Craig.
Well, you're claiming, because every physics major in the world would agree with me, wouldn't they? Would every physics major in the world agree with you or me?
If we took them one by one and had this conversation, theoretically, they would probably agree with you because that's the model they've been taught. But
no, they would agree with me because it's maths. Right.
Yeah,
what I want you to do right now, James, is show me the math. Show me the math that backs up what you are claiming. That as soon as the plane leaves the ground and turns on its engines, it loses its conservation of momentum. Please give me the maths to back that up.
I've got a video for this.
Look.
I've got a
mate,
video
I
for
don't
this,
have
Craig.
maths, right?
No,
It's just
I
obvious.
doubt you have maths. I doubt you can do maths. I think you have to take off your shoes and socks to count past 10, clearly.
Yeah, I'm a fucking moron, yeah.
Yes, you are. Well done. You're learning. Good boy.
Yeah, sure. I'm a fucking moron.
James,
Okay.
no, the problem is that you don't want to learn. You think you're right when physics disagrees with you.
No, it doesn't. The fact is...
No, physics does disagree with you. I'm telling you physics disagrees with you. I've got a degree in physics. You don't. Physics disagrees with what you're saying.
It doesn't matter, Craig. It doesn't
No,
matter.
it does matter. Physics disagrees with what you're saying.
You don't have to have a degree in science to know that something can't move forward and backwards at the same time.
It's not
Okay?
moving forwards and backwards. It has a
It
relative...
is.
Oh, so, right, okay, so a fly cannot go backwards in a car whilst the car's going forward.
No, because the car's still going forward, you numbnut.
And so is the Earth still rotating, you fucking dipshit.
Yeah, but that's not the same as the car.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
it
got
is.
it. Good
yes,
shit.
it is. Yes,
No,
it
it
is.
isn't.
Why is it
No,
not?
it isn't.
Why is it not?
Because how can it be the same as the fly inside the car when the fly inside the car is already on the Earth, that's already in your supposed spinning scenario? So it can't be the same.
It can be the
It's a
same.
different scenario.
The
No, it's not. It's the
atmosphere
fucking
is
same.
already attached to the Earth.
It's not
Yeah.
the same.
Yeah, the atmosphere is
No.
already attached to the Earth and is rotating with the Earth. You're missing the point. It's the exact same analogy as in a car.
What you're missing is that I'm not missing.
No,
any
you are.
point.
No, you are missing. Unless you...
Yes. Yes.
Unless you can give me the maths to back up what you're saying, you don't have a fucking point. This might be one of the dumbest team.
Yeah, okay, so let me put myself on screen real quick. I want to show this guy something. Hold on.
Sure.
Yeah, come on.
Right,
come on.
we've got an
I'm
example
getting
for
it
you.
ready. I'm just showing you a demonstration. I'm showing you a demonstration of why you're wrong. Give me 1 second. It won't take that
Yeah.
long.
What are you going to show me? What, a YouTube video?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
No,
I've
this is
seen-
just a demonstration, dude. Shut the fuck up and watch. Okay, so when I told you that when Craig says, you know, when I jump in the air, why don't I go back? And you said something about, oh, you don't have fucking rockets on your propellers or some shit, like he wasn't boosted or something. Yeah. All right, and then I brought up the same example of when I release my hand, does the
James,
ball
just listen
conserve
for a
its
sec.
momentum? Yes, it does. You said it doesn't. Hold on. I'm showing you right here. This is a ball dropping. You see that? Now watch the ball. Watch the ball. See? You see from an outside perspective, that's the motion of the ball. It conserves its momentum, and from an outside perspective, it continues to carry along with the stick. It makes a parabola. Okay?
And so what
now,
would happen?
if
What would
the
happen-
camera is attached to the frame of reference that's moving, then it will look like a straight line being dropped straight down. It won't fall backwards. It won't fall forwards. It'll be a straight line moving fucking straight down. I believe I have that
Yeah.
one right here.
Yeah. Look,
Okay, see, now the
Jeff,
camera's attached. Hold on. See, even people in the fucking 60s were getting it, dude. You know what I'm saying?
well, even they knew it. I must be so stupid.
You said it.
Yeah.
About time you fucking catch on. Surprised
yeah,
it took you
sure,
this
buddy.
fucking long to realize that shit.
Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
So, James, I've got a question for you. Do you know the difference between ballistic and powered?
No.
I'm not surprised.
No, but it's. Do you
There
know
you go,
the
Craig.
difference?
Here's the other one right here.
Subjunctive verb and a past composed verb.
Do I know what, sorry?
The difference between a subjunctive and a past composed verb.
Probably. I'd have to look it up slightly, but that's irrelevant to the conversation. We are having a conversation... James, shut the fuck up. We are having a conversation about physics, not... James, well, shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you then, all right? We are having a conversation about physics, not English.
Yeah.
Therefore,
Yeah.
a knowledge of physics is required, not English.
Okay. Yeah, but buddy, it's supposed to be like a mutual learning experience, right? If I don't know something, you shouldn't like get up on all your little highs. I didn't think you know.
Well, no, thing is, James, we've tried to share information with you, and you've gone, nuh-uh, you're wrong because reasons I don't understand physics.
No, Craig. You just introduced a new thing to the debate, and you got very pleased with yourself, and you thought it was a big shine like badge on.
It usually is.
Really? What? I don't know what you were talking about. Does that make you feel?
No,
great,
no, James, you don't know what you're talking about. Is the point?
No, you didn't hear me, Craig. You asked me the difference
Right.
between ballistic and guided.
Yeah,
Did you say?
ballistic and powered,
Right.
which is important for the conversation we are having.
Okay, so explain. Explain.
All right, ballistic is a gun. It fires, right? That bullet that comes out of the gun is no longer under power, okay?
Right.
Powered is a plane with engines, okay? It is powering itself through the atmosphere, all right? Now, no matter how much you say it's not true, the fact is it will maintain its relative conservation of momentum to the tangential speed of the Earth, no matter which way it is going, because it is using the atmosphere to fly. And the atmosphere has the same tangential speed as the Earth.
Okay, all right. Look, we're going to go over and over. I know what you're saying, and I get
Then
what
why
you're
don't
saying.
you get it then?
Because it doesn't work in reality. It doesn't.
Please
work
give me
in
the maths
practice.
to back that up.
No, I'm not going to give you the maths because I don't have the maths. Right?
Because there is no maths to back it up. I can give you maths to back up what I've
Then
said.
how do you know?
Can I talk now?
Yeah,
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? I thought there's supposed to be a debate.
Well, you keep interrupting me, so we'll see how it goes.
You guys interrupt me pretty regularly as well.
Yeah, because you don't know how conversations work. So get with your point.
So let me
I'm
ask.
not allowed-
May I ask you a question, James?
Well, let him get his point
James,
out
can
first.
I ask
team.
you a question?
Let him get his point out first, team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go on, James.
Okay. No. Ask.
All right. No.
Am I-
Oh, all right. Okay. All right.
Okay.
James, go on.
Right. There's your whole idea of a fly moving inside a car, right? You can picture it fine. A car moving along a road with a fly inside it. Fly's moving around inside, and it's relative to the motion inside the car. The car is still moving along the Earth, okay? Now, it's not the same as a plane. Because say you take the fly inside the car, right? Or say someone walking inside. Look, who's putting that meme up?
What meme?
Who did? Why
Oh
did
no,
you
you're
bother
on
doing-
camera. You're on camera. You're the meme,
Why
dude.
did you put that meme up in the background?
Entertainment.
Entertainment, right? Yeah, it's a reflection of your again like maturity, like a respect.
Oh yeah, yeah.
like-
My maturity when you haven't managed to shut up for 5 minutes and completely ignore people that know what they're talking about. Cool story, bro.
right.
Just get
And
on with your. You know what? Get on with your point, and I will deal with managing the show. Please continue with your point.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So you're say a person moving inside a train, okay, or a fly moving inside a car, okay.
Yeah.
You can perfectly visualize that, and it makes absolute sense. A fly moving around inside a car relative to the motion inside the car moving along the Earth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a plane taking off from the Earth, you can't visualize that. The
I can.
idea you're saying. But in reality, you can't make a model of it.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
We've got a model. It's
Show
called the
me a model.
heliocentric model.
Look, at the equator, okay, the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour
No,
in
it's
that
not.
direction.
You don't measure spin in 1,000 miles. You don't measure spin in miles per hour. You measure it in rotations per minute, or arc seconds, or degrees per minute. You don't measure rotation
You
in
know
miles
what
per
I'm
hour.
trying to say, Craig. You know what I'm trying to say.
No, well,
The
say
Earth-
it right then. Right? The Earth is spinning at
No,
0.000694 RPM. Don't say it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour because that is wrong.
The way a conversation works is you accommodate the other one to try and meet them halfway to understand what they're saying. Not just belligerently like a donkey stand and go, no, your definitions are wrong. It's about communication.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you the tools to communicate properly. If you are talking about rotation, you do not use miles per hour.
Oh, God. Look, I'll try and get a ball. I've got a ball. I haven't got a ball. It's really not complicated. I'm sure you and all your buddies, Craig, are laughing a lot, aren't you?
We are.
I think you're so.
The 792 people in the chat are all laughing.
Yeah. Tell me, are there any flat earthers in there at all? Probably not.
Maybe 4 or 5 that I've seen.
Right. Okay. The fact is, the Earth is spinning at over 1,000 miles an hour.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Stop
'Cause it has to
saying
move.
no. Stop saying that
Oh,
it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour because you don't measure
Craig.
rotation in miles per hour. You fucking moron.
Shut up, Craig.
Say it right then. How fast is the Earth spinning?
Craig, the Earth has got to get through over 24,000 miles.
Yes, you said this, but how fast is the Earth spinning?
At 1,000 miles an hour.
No, the Earth does not spin at 1,000 miles an hour. How fast is the Earth spinning?
You tell me, Craig, how fast?
0.0000694 RPM
per hour.
Yes, once a
Yes.
day.
15 degrees per hour. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? So, in other words, it takes 24 hours. Shut up. In other words, it takes 24 hours to get to the same fucking point. So it travels 0 miles per hour over a 24-hour period. Not taking into account that it goes around the sun.
Hey, James.
Now, that's why I asked the question to you. When you say it moves at 1,000 miles per hour, I ask you one simple thing: relative to what? Relative to what?
Relative to what?
Yes, speed's relative.
God, you're stupid as fuck.
Sorry?
He said, God, you're
Answer the
stupid as
question.
fuck.
I said you're stupid as fuck. I said you're stupid as fuck. Please answer the question.
Yeah, Jeff, do you know what?
What is it relative to?
It's George, actually.
It's not Jeff. God damn it. My name is James. You don't know this by now? I've told you 3 fucking times. Are you that fucking stupid? You can't fucking listen?
You sound really angry. You want me to call you James now, do you?
Well, that's what he told you his name was.
Yeah, that's my name.
No,
you
he
said
said
John,
James.
You said John, and then you said Jeff.
He said James.
Yeah?
Pull your micro penis out of your ear and listen.
Now, James, I am currently rotating at the same speed. James, hold on. Right, can you see me? Right, just look at my screen a sec. James,
oh my God, you guys are so immature. It's unbelievable.
Look at my screen a sec. Can you see me? Right, I am in my chair. I am going to spin the same speed as the Earth. Are you ready? Here I go.
Yeah.
I'm spinning the same speed as the Earth.
Yeah, sure.
No, I am.
You're so clever.
If you watch
Craig.
me for a day, you'll see me do a whole rotation. But I am currently spinning the same speed as the Earth.
Yeah. Well, how clever of you, Craig.
It's not clever, it's just a fact. Am I clever? James, am I clever
still haven't
because I
answered my
know 1
question.
add 1 is 2? Or is it just a fact? Am I clever because I know 1 add 1 is 2? Or is it just a fact? Yeah, but team, repeat your question.
What is this 1,000 miles per hour relative to?
Uh-huh.
What is it relative to?
Yes.
It's relative to outer space in your model.
Almost. Not quite right. I mean, there is only one absolute reference frame, and it's called the cosmic. Hold on, James. Let me answer for you. There is only one ultimate reference frame in the universe, and it's called the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Oh right, yeah, sure.
So the reason team was asking you the question, what is it 1,000 miles an hour in relation to? What is it relative to? Is because speed is relative.
Yes, I know. Hence the fly inside the car.
Yeah, which backs me up, not you.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Because the 2 situations are not the same.
They are.
No, because your fly in the car is already on top of the situation you're talking about of the plane flying over the Earth.
Yeah, but it's in a contained atmosphere, right? The fly is in a contained atmosphere. And within that contained atmosphere, that entire contained atmosphere is moving at a certain speed. And within that contained atmosphere, the fly had... I haven't finished talking. Hold on. James.
It's not...
James, I haven't stopped talking. Right? Within that contained atmosphere, the fly also has a relative speed inside it. Right?
Yeah.
It can be moving 4 or 5 miles an hour back and forwards within that contained atmosphere. But it still has a tangential velocity of whatever the car is moving. Now, the Earth has a contained atmosphere. It's contained by gravity. So the aeroplane flying through the atmosphere is the same as the fly flying around in the car.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Give me maths. Right, no, give me maths to back up what you're saying, because I can do maths to back up what I'm saying.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask a question. I want to ask you a question. when the fly, let's say a fly is hovering inside of a car while a car is going 60 miles per hour on the ground, okay?
Yeah.
What is the airspeed of the fly?
What's the? It's stationary. You said it's hovering. So inside the car,
Perfect.
it's not moving.
Now you fucking get it. What is the ground speed of the fly?
The ground speed is the same that the speed that the car is moving. Is it not?
No, that's wrong. Nope.
Look, it's not, guys. This situation is not difficult. I understand.
Oh, it clearly is for you.
You're right, it's not difficult. You're right, it's not difficult. That's why we're having such a good time tonight, because we're watching you struggle with simple shit.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
No, it's not. It's not. You're just.
Yeah.
You're just,
Yes,
you
it
are
is.
not. No, it's not. You're not accepting to realize that these two situations are not the same.
But they are. If you're saying they're not the same, you need to back that up with some kind of maths.
Okay. All right. Okay. Should we move on to the next point? Because
Yeah. I mean, so you right. Move on to the next point, because you clearly don't understand relative speed. So let's go to the next
you're
one.
clearly basically in denial about the reality of.
Sorry. So shall I just go and give back my physics degree?
I'm sure the other areas of physics are perfectly fine, mate.
Well, physics disagree with you. You realise that?
Not, yeah, but it's not the whole of physics, is it? We're just talking
No,
about
the
one area.
whole of physics disagrees with what you're saying.
No, it's not true, mate. It's not true.
No, okay,
I'm
well,
not challenging you.
It's unfortunate for you. It's unfortunate for you right now that it's not the whole of physics that's disagreeing with you. It is the very most basic concepts in physics that's disagreeing with
Yeah,
you. The whole of
the
physics
most-
agrees with the basic concepts. They don't even take
Yeah.
your dumbass into consideration.
Sure,
The
sure,
basic
sure.
7th grade physics teacher will disagree with
Yeah.
you because they understand
Yeah.
these concepts better than you do.
Yeah.
And you're arguing about the shape of the earth here.
Yeah. Dude, is it James, Jeff, or John? You're going to call James, is it? Yeah, just
It's
to
George.
make sure.
God damn it.
yeah, why can't you get this?
Fucking George. You just confused your first name with your last name when I was rocking your last name at the current time.
Yeah.
Huh? Sorry?
His name's George. Just right.
George.
Anyway, your next point, please.
So you want me to call you George, do you? Yeah.
Well, that's what we've been asking you the whole time. But anyway,
I told you, no. I asked you to call me Daddy. If you're not going to call me Daddy, then call me George.
You guys are fucking immature, you know. You really are.
I mean, we have to stoop down to.
you-
We're
you-
reducing ourselves to your intelligence level. Trust me, it's not fun, but it is.
No,
Yeah,
you're not.
I had to take several
Yeah,
bites to
yeah.
the head to have this conversation.
You're just extremely arrogant, guys. You're just extremely arrogant. Anyway,
Very much.
And
Nothing wrong with
George, George, like do you know,
Yes, sir.
if you really had the truth within you and you knew it, you wouldn't have to
Mm.
get angry.
Oh no! What makes us angry is
No,
the
no,
willful
okay.
ignorance and stupidity of the people we talk to.
Let
Yeah.
your friend stand up for himself. Yeah.
Oh no, it's not a matter of standing up for myself. I mean, I have to stoop down
No.
to you. There's no standing up
Oh,
here.
yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Number one. Number two, I don't get angry. I get excited when I see somebody who intentionally acts like they know something, and then when you walk them through the explanation or you ask them to clarify
Yeah.
something, and they can't fucking do it, and then they repeatedly tell you that you're wrong, even though they can't.
Right.
The internal angles of a triangle. Give me a fucking break, dude. You didn't even
Right.
understand
Okay.
what they were supposed to add up to, let alone know how to do the arithmetic to find an individual angle.
Okay, and that's what makes you angry, does it? If I don't get that stuff, it makes
No,
you angry, does it?
It's frustrating
I
when
get
people
excited.
refuse to
Yes,
learn.
I get excited, but
no,
it's fun to
you-
me. I'm
you-
not angry.
No, you said, well, you've calmed down a little bit now, but the tone in your voice, if you watch this back over,
Dude,
you're pretty
we
angry.
have
before
fun.
you-
Like we have so much fun doing this. You've no idea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are a
sure.
fucking moron. That's absolutely fucking true. I'm not gonna step back on that. You are a fucking idiot.
And you're an angry man.
Maybe so, but you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, basically, your anger speaks volumes, my friend.
So what's your,
Your
second
stupidity
point,
talks
James?
way louder than my anger does.
Yeah, sure it does, bro.
Hey James, what's your second point?
Okay.
We're all listening to you. Say be stupid, dude.
Yeah, okay. Which is the other thing I just want to throw in there. It's like, it's amazing, right? You guys, you globeheads, you are...
This is your second point, is it?
No, this is just a little
All right, so
aside.
just let's get on with your second point then.
No, I just want to say this first before I get to my second point. Yeah, like it's amazing that you guys should spend so much time and be so passionate about battling something that, by your own admission, is fucking idiotic.
It is idiotic, but it's also dangerous. Do you know why it's dangerous? Let me respond to that, team, because I want to tell him why it's dangerous.
You're protecting the Earth, are you?
No, I'm protecting people that are vulnerable, right? You say, here's why I do it, right? There's a few reasons. Number one, it's fucking hilarious. James, I just let you talk, so let me talk, all right? Here's why I do it. Number one, it's fucking hilarious listening to an idiot say stupid things. Number two, you say, why are you so passionate about it? Have you heard of Mad Mike, the flat earther that killed himself trying to prove the Earth was flat? Or have you heard of Nathan Thompson, who's literally a child predator who pushes flat Earth on kids and accosted a whole bunch of kids on recess and got arrested? Or how about Flatman, who beat his wife nearly to death because she wouldn't believe in flat Earth? Or how about Awake Souls, who doxed his entire family and threatened them because they wouldn't believe the Earth was flat and he was the second coming of God? Or how about Nathan Oakley, who slapped his child on the stream because she wouldn't be quiet whilst he was arguing with a globe earther? Or Nathan Roberts, who goes into shops and rips up books meant for kids? Or Sleeping Warrior, who tried to get the law changed to force flat Earth into schools? This is why I do it, because not only is it fucking hilarious, but it's dangerous misinformation that is pushed onto vulnerable people who don't know better. Right. And at this point, I'm not sure what you are. I'm not sure if you are one of the vulnerable people or if you're one of the fucking idiots pushing it.
Yeah, okay. All right, mate. You just carry on. Yeah, okay. All right, mate. You just carry on.
Right?
Sorry, I had to ding him.
Yeah. So, that's why I do this. So now let's get on to your second point.
You had to what me?
Ding you.
George, whatever his fucking name is. What does that mean?
His name's Jeff. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, Jeff.
Yeah, I had to ding you.
What's ding mean?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Hold on. Right, team up. Get it ready. James, you are a fucking idiot. That's what a ding is.
That's dinging you right there. You have been dinged, James.
And what does the ding mean?
It means you're a fucking idiot. That's what it fucking means, dude. Everybody in the crowd, 700, 800 people know exactly what the ding means, and you fucking don't. This is why you're a fucking flat earther. This is why you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because you don't even know what a fucking ding is. You've been dinged, dipshit.
Hang on. I don't know.
There.
I'm stupid.
The anger's back. The anger's back. I'm sorry. Yeah, you are stupid, but that's just no reason for me to fucking get a raging boner for.
And you're getting angry, aren't you, again, Jeff?
His name is George!
It's not. He wanted to be called Jeff a second ago.
No, he took... Team, we said George. Your name's fucking... What is wrong with you? James, how
I don't
can you
know
not
how
get his
many
name
times
right?
I've got to fucking say this. Call me fucking daddy, and we'll just ignore the first names and just talk about what everybody else calls me. Call me daddy, okay?
George, hello, George.
What?
You're claiming that I'm stupid because I don't know what a ding is. I've never watched your guys' show in my life, but I'm stupid because I don't know what a ding is.
You don't have to watch
No, you're stupid because you don't understand the internal angles of a triangle.
No, that's not what your friend just said, Craig. That's not what your friend just said.
Anyway, James, we've been
right.
waiting for about 5 minutes now. Do you want to
you.
get on to your second point? Or...
George, do you want to explain why I'm stupid because I don't know what a ding is?
Yeah, for that reason, because you don't know what a fucking ding is. You're fucking stupid. It's self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Here, let me help you out. You're a fucking idiot.
A ding is...
That's what a ding is right there. You hear that? Ding! You hear that? You've been dinged. You're an idiot. That's just when you go home at night and you hear that bing, bing, bing in your head, and that's all you hear all night. You're going to remember that you're only hearing that because you said stupid things online and you said them live. You didn't think about what you said. You forgot to put your fucking filter on your mouth. You just fucking spoke out of place and you got dinged.
Yeah.
Sorry about you.
Oh, I got dinged. Oh, poor me.
Right, now, what's
poor
your second
you that
point,
you don't
James?
know what the internal angles of a fucking triangle is. That's
right,
poor
team,
you.
Let's get him on to the second point now. So let's get some more.
What is it? Is it 180 degrees then? I don't know. What is the in terms of angles of triangles?
Well, my 7-year-old daughter knows that the internal angles of a triangle are 180 degrees. So
right, okay, so it's 180 degrees then. Sorry,
yeah.
It's 180 degrees. Yeah.
So
half 360.
So what would the internal angles of an equilateral triangle be?
No, that's not what we're talking about, okay? Just
Can you divide 180 by 3?
180 by 3, not off the top of my head, what is it?
Oh my fucking god. 6, 12, 18. Can you not do your 6 times table?
Okay, 60 then, 60 degrees.
Well done. Like, you have now learnt something tonight, James. Now,
Okay.
please get on to your second point. Now, get on to your second...
How is that relevant to flat Earth?
It's called the litmus test, right? We like to see if people that are trying to argue with all of science have an even basic understanding of mathematics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
the fact
James,
that
I've been asking you over and over, can you get on to your second point, please?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will do. Okay. So, by the looks of it, this is going to go on for a long time because I've got like 8 points. I'm not really going to stay here till the morning. Okay. So we can do it another time if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Please just get on with the points that you've got, though.
Yeah, I will do. Okay. So, basically, the second point is gravity, right? And gravity has got a lot to answer for. You know, keeping us stuck to this spinning ball at 1,000 miles an hour. And the nearest you've got to like answering what gravity is a Cavendish experiment. Is that right?
No, Cavendish doesn't tell you what gravity is at all.
Well, no, but how Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked what gravity is, and he said he didn't know what it was.
Yeah, no one knows exactly what it is. We know the effects of it 100%, and we can use it for predictive purposes. We know it exists.
Yeah. How do you know it exists?
We can measure it.
How do you measure it?
Do you know what an acceleration is?
Why don't you explain to me? Just explain to me how it is that you measure it.
Well, there's many ways to measure it. You can see how fast something accelerates towards the ground, and from that you can derive Newton's law of gravitational attraction. You can use something like the Cavendish experiment, or you can use the Schehelian experiment. In fact, the Schehelian experiment's a good one. Give me a sec. Let me get that up. Here we go. Right.
But after all that pulling it down, this is what. But it was a big step to go from
Listen
that
to this, James.
working out the weight of the world. Nevertheless, Maskelyne had a go. This is what he did. He dangled a long plumb line on a platform 2/3 of the way up the mountain. He knew 2 gravitational forces would act upon it. The main gravity would obviously be coming from the mass of the Earth, pulling it down. But the mass of the mountain itself would pull the plumb line towards it, slightly off vertical. We've exaggerated it here. That gravitational effect is what he measured. From the angle the plumb line was deflected, Maskelyne could calculate the mass of the Earth relative to the mountain. He knew what the mountain weighed, so he could work out the weight of the Earth.
So, yeah, we can measure gravity quite easily.
So you're saying that if you go up a mountain and you dangle a plumb line, it will be attracted by the mountain?
Absolutely. That's what that experiment shows. And the experiment's been repeated many, many times. Most recently that I know of in 2012 by a team of 47 researchers.
Really? I'd have to look that up because that sounds like a load of bullshit to me.
Oh, right. So you don't like it, therefore it's bullshit.
Well, no. I just... Like Cavendish just reeks of bullshit to me.
Why? Why does Cavendish reek of bullshit? Tell me what Cavendish did. Explain to me the Cavendish experiment.
Well, he put 2 lead balls and a fulcrum in the middle, and he
fulcrum,
like a torsion fulcrum in the middle,
torsion bar,
right? Yeah, and he measured the attraction that was supposedly measured between the weights on the torsion line and the lead balls. He said that equated to that showed that the mass was generating a form of it's generating gravity to attract the other objects.
Well, not generating gravity as such. Mass and gravity are intrinsically linked because mass is what causes gravity. Now, and here's the thing, right? The Cavendish experiment is repeated all of the time by first-year physics students. I did it in my first year of physics.
Right.
Many physics students do it. And a good friend of ours, B.M. Furble, did it himself. B.M. Furble actually built a Cavendish experiment in his flat in Korea whilst he was posted over there. Let me just get the Cavendish. There we go. Right, so he set up his own Cavendish experiment, and the results of his Cavendish experiment actually matched with the results of the Cavendish experiment that Cavendish did. Now, let me just get that up so you can actually see it. Okay, so...
and I'm just going to take your word for it, right?
Well, you don't need to take my word. He built this himself. I was literally talking to him whilst he was building it many times. So yeah, he built this Cavendish experiment himself, and he tried to contain it as well as he could. As you can see, it's got all these strips of fabric, like freshener in, to show that there's no air currents are in there. Right? It's in this enclosed box. On his ceiling, he actually put buffering between the walls and the bar that was supporting the torsion bar to make sure there's no vibrations, right? And when he actually, the big masses, the little masses you can see are on that bar, right? And then he had an Arduino motor that he could control from outside of the room to move the larger masses towards it. And when he moved the larger masses towards it, the point of the laser shifted from here to here. Purely because the masses were moved closer together. Now, why would there be a deflection? Why would that deflection exist if there wasn't some kind of attractive force between the two masses?
I don't know. Maybe electromagnetism, something to do with that? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe...
No. If you say electromagnetism, you're going to need to explain a lot of things.
Yeah, well, as I said, the caveat at the beginning of this discussion, I don't have the answers to everything, right? And as far as I'm concerned, you're just showing me two lines with a bit of red splodge.
Well, you can go and look at the whole thing yourself.
I will do, yeah.
As you can see, he's done several tests, and each time there's a deflection, different masses give different levels.
And you're just looking at a light with a few lines around it.
Well, you can go and watch the video yourself. I mean, you're basically ignoring the evidence that this guy built his own Cavendish experiment, and he actually had it on live stream. Like, listen, he had it on live stream for days and days and days, so people could watch what it was doing. Right? Okay. Here is a test of the torsion bar, so that you can actually show what was going on. And here you can see, just after he'd moved the masses, the bar's swinging backwards and forwards slightly, all right? And it's making the laser that was pointing move. But once it settles, you find that there is the deflection that you're supposed to have. Exactly as Cavendish, it says with his experiment. And here's the thing, right, James, that you have to answer. Every single Cavendish experiment in the world measures the same thing.
Right, sure it does.
And it's lead, right? Lead is diamagnetic, which means that it would be repelled by a magnetic field. So it is not electromagnetism.
Okay. But I thought the Earth was the biggest mass.
100%. And that's why the Cavendish experiment is the entire thing, right? This bar is under the force of gravity, which is pulling down, right? The entire apparatus is under the force of gravity that is pulling down, which is why you are able to measure a gravitational traction in the vertical rather than the horizontal, because that horizontal is what's keeping it in place. But if you can measure an attraction between these in the vertical, it is evidence that mass attracts mass.
But surely the biggest mass attracting all those objects is the Earth underneath it. So how is that a little tiny mass going to overpower that force?
It's not overpowering it. As I just explained, the entire thing is being pulled downwards, right? So there's a vector going from here down, right? On the entire apparatus. Now, that's why, because this has that acceleration on, this has that acceleration on, the entire box has the acceleration on, you can then add another acceleration. Right? You can add a second acceleration, which is the acceleration between these masses, to see if gravity is real. Because if gravity is real, there won't just be a downward acceleration. There'll be an acceleration towards any masses.
Why don't you feel an attraction towards big objects when you go past them?
Because their mass isn't big enough to give a gravitational field that you could feel yourself.
You're saying the masses are big enough in the Cavendish experiment to influence, to exert a force on another mass?
They absolutely are. The difference between these masses, right, is enough for it to see a small gravitation. Hold on. It's enough to see a tiny oscillation of the beam to see that there's a gravitational acceleration. Team could probably do the calculations to figure out what the gravitational acceleration would be between these. Because the gravitational acceleration towards the Earth is 9.8 meters per second squared. But the gravitational force between these two things is going to be absolutely minute compared to that. But small enough that the fact that it's on a torsion bar with a wire, you know, this is the wire that's supporting it, it is freely hanging, which means there's no friction or anything to stop it, which means that it can respond to the forces that are put upon it.
So if I was freely hanging...
Now, I'd like to make a point real quick.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
I'd like to make just one point real quick with when you were talking about how massive does something have to be to attract you. All mass attracts you. Okay, so it doesn't matter how massive it is or not. How massive it is and how close you are to that mass will definitely describe, you know, the total amount of acceleration that you do feel. But even we were speaking on this last night. There's gravimetric gravimeters is what they're called. There's gravimeters out there that are so sensitive to the gravitational acceleration that they can detect when high pressure systems move over, because there's literally more mass of air above them, and they have to take that. The machines can actually feel the attraction of the mass of air molecules above them.
Okay. Well, I don't know anything about graviton meters.
Well,
I can't comment really.
Okay, so we've actually got a someone in the community who's been talking to us quite a lot called PhD Tony, right? And he is actually involved in the industries that do this, right? Now, you're saying that gravity isn't real, etc., but there are literally industries that use gravity, okay? The gravimeters the team was just talking about, people are paid a lot of money to use these gravimeters to detect density variations underground to find mineral deposits, right? And they literally use gravity to do that. And the way they do it is, this is basically what's inside a gravimeter, okay? You've got a spring with a weight on it, right? And if there is a force pulling on that weight, the spring stretches. And then that stretch of the string can be measured as an acceleration. Now, what Team was saying is that when they're using these to measure density variations under the ground, they have to take into account what's above it as well, because these machines are so sensitive that they can detect literally any mass pulling that's within its vicinity. So they have to take into account if there's more dense air, if there's clouds and stuff, you know, anything above them, because it's going to affect the readings of what they are measuring underground. And it works 100% of the time. Industries literally use gravity to detect mineral deposits. You know, people are paid a lot of money to use gravity for these things. So gravity is real. Gravity is a 100% fact that cannot be disputed.
Okay. Is it called a graviton meter, is it?
A gravimeter.
Gravimeter.
Yeah.
Okay, and I said this last night as well. I want to give you something that you can see for yourself real quick. And I made this explanation. I don't expect you to do it right here while we're talking, but I do want you to know that this is available for you to test for yourself. You don't have to take anybody's word for it. In every cell phone out there, there's an accelerometer. There's typically 3 accelerometers in each phone for the 3 axes of a phone. So when you hold the accelerometer up and you're holding it in your hand, it reads 9.8 meters per second squared towards the ground. When you drop the phone reads 0 meters per second towards the ground. Now, the only reason this happens is because you have 2 forces acting upon it, and both of them are non-inertial due to one of them is due to acceleration, the other is the accelerating force of gravity. So when they both act on the phone, they act in opposite directions. Therefore, you get a 0 reading. If you took the phone and moved it sideways, left and right, you wouldn't get a 0 reading. You would get the acceleration in the opposite direction of which way you're moving. Because of what you see here, let's say on what's on screen, when you move to the right, when you accelerate to the right, that test mass on the inside will move to the left. Okay, this is within the reference frame. This is how they know that it's being accelerated in one direction and not the other. All right, they use this on hard drives now. So if you drop a hard drive, it will park the hard drive so you don't damage the hard drive because it feels the acceleration.
Yeah.
So this thing exists in your phone. You can test this out for yourself. You can do all the readings you need to make or need to take, and come to your own conclusion based on those readings. I don't even have to tell you at that point. You can come back and say, these are the readings I got. Why did I get these readings? And we can even have that conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, now, gravity exists.
George, the way you just spoke there is that's like a nice way to speak to people. You don't have to, like, at the end of making any of your points, add in the caveat, you fucking moron, or you fucking idiot.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. My bad. You're right. You're right. I should have said it. You're a fucking idiot.
But
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I left that out.
That's just for comedy, right, James? What you need to understand is, like, give me 1 sec, James. Give me 1 sec, James. Right? What you see with me and team is that we act the way the flat earther acts. Last night we had 2 flat earthers on that were respectful, that didn't overtalk us, that were listening and actually paying attention and not just hand waving and going, no, you're wrong because I say you're wrong. And that's respect that we then give back. When someone like you comes in and doesn't shut up when we're trying to talk, we treat you like you are treating us, right? If you want the conversation to continue in a nice direction, let's do that, right? But that involves you shutting up when we're talking, all right?
Yeah, I think if you watch back over this debate...
Oh, I will. I always do.
Yeah, the talking over, I think, has gone both ways, really.
Yeah, you started, though.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, so we're going to turn this into like a 10-year-old, yes, you did, yes, you didn't.
No, but that my point is that me and team react to the flat earthers. That's what we always do. If the flat earthers decent to us, then we're decent to them. But if you want the conversation to continue in a decent manner, then let's just do that, all right?
Yeah.
But
that's not what happens, though, is it? With most flat earth discussions, not really discussions on Facebook or whatever, just like you guys are literally like, if you look at most flat earthers, I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but most of them that I've seen, they'll give like response after response after response, not swearing, not insulting. There may be others who do it, but
most
a lot
of them do.
Right, well, it hasn't been the case for me. Like, recently in the Globe Earth discussion group, wherever it was, I'm on Facebook, I've kind of cracked because it's literally non-stop, the abuse that comes from you guys who believe in the globe.
We don't believe in the globe, by the way. Don't say we believe. We don't need
to believe. It doesn't make sense why men, fully grown adults, would turn up to somewhere just to slag people off who they themselves admit.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's funny. Calling an idiot is fun.
You guys, what you're realizing is that you're very immature.
No, we're not. It's hilarious.
Hold on. Did you say we need to realize that, or you're not accepting the fact that I already realize that? Immaturity is part of my thing. I'm here to shit on you stupid fucks. That is what I do. That is how I do it, and I have a good fucking time doing it. The audience loves it because, honestly, there is no discussion about the shape of the Earth, man. I'm sorry. You've lost when you said the Earth was flat. You immediately lost at that. It's objectively not flat. So now at this point, it's time to laugh at you and let you say stupid things. You have performed tonight immaculately.
Very well.
We couldn't have asked for a better dumpster fire.
Yeah.
We couldn't have asked for somebody to step in and just display stupidity so confidently as you have done tonight. So thank you very much, you idiot.
Now, James, what I've done is I have monetized stupidity.
If you were at all like decent as a human being, you wouldn't be acting like that.
Oh no!
If you had any sense.
Why is it?
How about your how disingenuous you guys are being towards science? We have scientists who've gone to school. Listen, you are communicating right now through things that were developed by scientists, okay? By people who've dedicated their lives to not being on fucking line dealing with stupid idiots like you. They're people who spent their entire lives developing new technology so you could be a fucking idiot on fucking camera. You're doing it well, but that's why we get upset, because you have you're so disingenuous about it. You won't even respect the thousands and thousands of scientists who disagree with you because for some reason you stupid fucks know. Okay, you stupid fucks. I guess we've lost because you're dumb enough to know that there is no gravity, and all the smart people are just too fucking smart to know the truth. They just believe it. They just make predictions on it. They send people to the fucking moon based on gravity. They do everything based on gravity, and you just say, it's not there. That's what pisses us off.
Hey, James, do you know how they discovered Mercury?
You shouldn't be pissed off though, George. You shouldn't. It shouldn't
Why
matter
not?
to you.
Of course,
it shouldn't matter.
Excuse me, did you not hear the things that I said that Flat Earth is doing? Why should I not be pissed off at that?
And how are you stopping that by calling me a fucking idiot?
Because, here's how I'm stopping it. People will watch this debate and they will see someone saying some fucking ridiculously stupid things and go, oh fuck, the Earth's definitely not flat. That's how I'm stopping it.
Okay.
Right? James, I get hundreds and hundreds of emails. Hold on.
Can you tell me?
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. I get hundreds and hundreds of emails from people going, "Phew, thank fuck, I was nearly a flat earther until I watched you and team."
Right.
Yeah,
sure.
right.
Okay, yeah.
Because there's gullible people out there that don't understand these basic concepts that we're telling you. You don't understand them. Okay? You don't understand these basic concepts we're telling you. So thank goodness that me and Craig are here to make it fucking entertaining to learn science topics that you should have learned in fucking 7th grade. You should be entertaining what we're saying and trying to take what we say seriously, because maybe, just maybe, you're wrong and we're right.
You know, I can end the entire debate with one picture, James. You know that. Literally one picture just ends the flat Earth debate.
Really? Go on.
There you go.
Why does that end the debate?
Does that look flat to you?
Because Earth's not fucking flat. That's why.
That's not an image that you can prove is genuine in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I absolutely can. It was developed on it was taken by Eugene Cernan aboard the Apollo spacecraft on the way to the moon using a Hasselblad camera with an 80mm lens.
Yeah.
The film was then developed in a darkroom, and the original still exists. So I absolutely can 100% prove that this is a real picture. Right? You are the one that's claiming it's not a real picture, so you would need to back that up somehow.
No, because you're the one who's claiming it is a real picture. So you've got to back that up as well.
I can back it up because all the other pictures are, also back it up. And like I said, it was developed.
Well documented.
It was developed, James, to back it up. James, hold on. To back it up, I can tell you that it was developed in a darkroom from a physical film. That is it being backed up, and you can look this up yourself. You can look it up yourself if you don't believe it, right? And you know what else?
It's very hard proving that that's a genuine image.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you are.
How am I going to have a hard problem proving that's a genuine image? It was taken on the camera.
Yeah, we can cite the original source.
Yeah.
We can cite the original source that was from like 1970 or something. 72, right? Wasn't that 72? Yeah.
Yeah.
We can cite the original source from hold on. Listen. We can cite the original source from 1972. That's why we don't have the onus of proving that this is a real photograph. We have the original source. The source was done before there was any kind of mass CGI fucking labs that could create this, and they couldn't in the 70s. Have you ever seen movies from the 70s that have been shot in outer space? They look like fucking little Lego machines going across, and they've taken snapshots and did it that way. Go watch Spaceballs. Look at fucking Spaceballs. Look at the quality of CGI in that, and then tell me they were able to do this in 1972. No, they weren't. The onus is on you at that point.
James, do you want to see the best computer graphics from 1972? All right.
Did I say CGI?
Computer, stop. Computer.
No. You said we had to prove you said we had to prove that this is real. We have the site. We can cite the source. Okay. Go ahead.
So what?
Go ahead.
Because you can cite the. I can cite a source. You can cite the source that you went to the moon. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
I can't cite a source that said I went to the moon. I can cite a source that said a lot of other people went to the moon, and it is true because it's been proven. You can bounce lasers off the retroreflectors left on the moon. But James,
yes,
you are the one that's saying that it's not real, right? We can cite the original source. We can tell you the camera it came from, and we can even point out the fact that there is physical film that still exists that they developed it from in a darkroom, right? If you're saying it's fake, how did they fake it? Was it computer graphics?
I'd like to see the original film.
Cool, you can look it up online. I'm pretty sure NASA have it documented.
Yeah. Okay. Should
Right.
we move on to the next, because it kind of ties in?
But,
Should we move on to the
I
next?
just want to show you something just to kind of demonstrate that this wasn't a
I'll get
CGI
the,
image
I'll get
or
the
something,
cited
right?
source.
So here is the best computer graphics from the time that picture was taken. I mean, look at that photorealistic game of tennis going on.
Yeah.
So
And yet sent a spaceship to the
Pong.
moon.
yes, with the computing power of a watch.
okay.
It was
The
basic
two-
engineering. And do you know how they sent people to
Do
the
you
moon?
know why we could do that?
Yeah, because of
Why?
science and
Yeah,
gravity.
go ahead, fight. I'm sure you're about to.
The reason that they could
Gravity,
do that
exactly.
is gravity.
Understanding of gravity.
Yeah, understanding of gravity, right? They need to understand gravity to put satellites in orbit. And they need to know... okay, you're talking about gravity, right? So I actually need to ask you something. Do you know Newton's law of gravitational attraction?
No, I don't.
Well, then why are you talking about gravity?
Then how can you say it's wrong?
Look.
How do you know
Look.
it's wrong if you don't know it?
That's
That's a genuine question. That's a genuine question there, Mark.
Because I'm talking about my observation of gravity, and
So is our entire scientific knowledge limited to your observation, sir? Should we limit it to your experience and your? Okay, well then what are you trying to say with that comment then? How do
With
you
what
know that
comment?
gravity doesn't exist when you say when I say how do you know that gravity doesn't exist? How can you prove that it doesn't exist? And you're like, well, from my senses, my experience, my this, and I say,
No.
do we need to limit your everything that science knows to your knowledge? Because if that's the case, then I guess have you ever done heart surgery, brain surgery? Have you ever seen your heart or seen your brain? How do you know they exist? How do you know heart? If you start having a chest pain and you think it's your heart, why would you even bother going to see a cardiologist?
yeah,
You've never seen a
okay.
heart in real life. You've never seen a brain in real life.
Look, okay.
Because there's people out there that know more than you. That's the answer you're looking for.
Yeah, sure.
But
bro.
what
Okay.
what is your disagreement with gravity? Right? Tell us why you think it's wrong.
Because as far as I can see, the only proofs that people have of gravity existing is the Cavendish experiment and that weird experiment you just showed with the plumb line. And then the LIGO experiments, or the LIGO thing that happened in 2016.
LIGO is a great
Sorry?
evidence that gravity exists and that there's a curve to the Earth.
Yeah, but there's been so much refuting of what LIGO did. If
No,
you
there
go
hasn't.
online, you can find scientists completely refuting it. Yes, you can.
No. There's fringe scientists that disagree with gravity. Most
No,
of the refusions. Hold on. Let me respond. Most of the refusions come from people that are trying to push electric universe. All right. There is no refusions to say, like actually within the scientific community, there is no peer-reviewed papers or studies that say LIGO detected anything other than gravitational waves from colliding stars.
Yeah.
And
it's
I'd like
bollocks.
to submit an experiment as well. The Pound-Rebka experiment showed gravitationally redshifted photons being emitted from the surface of the Earth. You would have to explain why these photons are losing energy as they're trying to escape the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Shout out to Rachie in the chat.
Whether
How
you
you
look
doing,
at
Rachie?
it, whether you look at it from a Newtonian perspective or whether you look at it from an Einsteinian perspective, there is a loss of energy, a loss of momentum in the photons that's due to whether it doesn't matter whichever one you ascribe to. Or if you don't ascribe to gravity, then you need to come up with an alternate explanation as to why photons lose energy or lose momentum as they leave the surface of the Earth.
What's that experiment called?
And the Pound-Rebka.
The what?
Pound-Rebka, I believe. Pound-Rebka. I believe. Let me look it up. Yeah, Rebka. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Obviously, I'm not going to do it now because.
Please, yeah, I don't expect you to have an answer for that right now. I just want you to know that it is an official experiment. It was done to test the concept of general relativity. Not to mention that you can look up at the Galilean satellites above over Europe. Okay, we have 2 Galilean satellites, I believe it was 2. It's either 1 or 2. These are your European GPS satellites. They were put into an erroneous orbit, an orbit that didn't allow them to function properly as GPS satellites, but it did allow them to test the effects of the time dilation and gravitationally in different potentials of the gravitational field of Earth. So at one point on its orbit around Earth, it was closer to the Earth. On another, it was further away, and what general relativity says is that when it's closer to Earth, the clocks are going to tick slower than it is when it's further from Earth. The same exact reason that I'm telling you now with gravitationally redshifted photons. It's the exact same reason that we have this other phenomenon that needs to be explained.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all these phenomenons all point to one thing, that gravity is real.
And I can cite another experiment as well, and that is literally the discovery of Mercury, right? So what they did was watching Venus in the sky, they saw that there was some irregularities in Venus's orbit, right? And these irregularities, when they did the calculations based on gravity, it showed that there should be another body at a certain point in the sky that's influencing Venus with a gravitational force, right? And what they did was did some maths based on what they were seeing, made a prediction to look in the sky, and what happened when they look in the sky? They found Mercury. That you can't get more empirical.
No, you're hold on. You're getting that wrong. You're
Have I
getting
got
that
the
wrong.
wrong way around. Is it Venus?
Neptune.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Neptune.
Mercury was general relativity. I'm sorry. I'm getting that mixed up. Yeah, sorry. They saw perturbations in the orbit of Uranus and then discovered Neptune from it. My bad. Apologies. I got the experiments mixed up. Yeah. So
wait, the perturbations in my what?
You need to stop with that hot sauce team. It's causing many of those perturbations. Yeah. So Neptune. I was wrong when I said Mercury. Sorry. They used Mercury for evidence of general relativity. But yeah, they saw perturbations in the orbit of Uranus, and did some maths and said, right, we think that we're seeing a gravitational force coming from this point, right? So based on the maths that they did and observations that they had, they said if we look at the sky at this point, we should see a planet. And they looked there and they found Neptune. You literally can't get any more empirical than that.
Their observations could have led them to that conclusion.
No, the only way that their observations led to the conclusion was using the calculations around Newton's law of gravitational attraction, Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared. That is how they made the observation and the prediction that there should be something there. Okay. And there was.
All right. Well, again, I'll go and look into that. I remember vaguely the what you just described, like hearing about it a few years ago, and the perturbation in the orbit and it being as a result of an interfering object somewhere out there. So anyway, look, let's move on to the next thing, okay? Which is the moon landings, okay?
Amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely incredible things.
Well, moon landings are relevant to the shape of the Earth.
No, they're not irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, actually. Because your
picture... Yes, they are irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
Can I? I've just allowed you guys.
Can I just? Well, yeah, but I no problem. If we're going to take this in another direction, if we're going to talk about moon landings, then that's something totally different. We could do that at another time and just keep this on topic with shape of the Earth. The simple fact of the matter is the moon could be fucking square. If we see it up there and it's circular, it could be fucking square, a triangle, it could be a hologram, and guess what? Still would not make a fucking difference to the shape of the Earth.
Well, no, because you just posted, Craig just posted a picture that supposedly you're claiming settles it once and for all, and that comes from one of the moon missions, doesn't it?
Well, they were in the Apollo spacecraft on the way to the moon. Most
it was a picture taken from space. Yeah, they weren't on the moon. They were in a picture from a spaceship in space. But there's plenty of spaceships from space that have taken pictures of the Earth.
Sorry?
He said
there's been plenty of fucking... There's been plenty of spacecrafts in our sky right now that are taking pictures of Earth. There's not just one out there from 1972. You have the satellite Discover 1 is taking full pictures of the Earth. Himawari 8 is taking full pictures of the Earth. The DirecTV satellite that was on for years as a channel, I believe, on DirecTV was taking pictures, non-stop pictures of the Earth.
I mean, this is a live picture from space I'm showing you right now, taken within the last 10 minutes.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah?
Sure.
Do you think there are satellites in space that are capable of zooming into the Earth so far that they could read like text on a newspaper?
No.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I believe Himawari 8. I think Himawari 8 is the highest resolution that we have. I think, or maybe Himawari 9 if they put that up yet. I'm not sure if it's up there or not. But I believe the resolution of that is down to like 1 kilometer per pixel. I'm not 100% sure on the exact, but I think it's really close to about 1 kilometer per pixel.
Okay. So not big enough that you'd be able to zoom in and see planes flying around.
No, lenses like that don't really exist.
Okay. Why wouldn't we have a 24-hour live feed from a satellite pointed at Earth? Why don't we have?
I'm showing you one right now.
That's a live feed, is it?
That was taken in the last 10 minutes.
No,
Okay,
why?
To clarify, I'm sorry, just to clarify so I can get the right information out. It's the cameras. There's 13 cameras or 16 cameras, I believe, on the Himawari 8, but the infrared channels drop down to about half a kilometer of resolution per pixel. So it's still not enough to read anything on the ground.
Yeah, but this is an image from Himawari taken within the last 10 minutes. It gives us a new image every 10 minutes, and it's a Japanese weather monitoring station, that satellite.
Why can't it be a live feed?
Why can't you?
If Elon Musk was able to send up a camera, or just for fun, apparently filming his car,
that wasn't just for fun.
Well, it was actually.
No, it wasn't. It was to test the payload. It was to test the payload capabilities of his rockets.
Well, that's not what he said. He said literally.
Yes, he did.
No reason whatsoever.
Citation required, because I know for a fact. I've watched Elon Musk interviews about this, and he talks about the reasons why he used the car is because it was analogous to the typical payload that those rockets would be putting into space.
Well, okay. Well, it's kind of a moot point because the fact is he did it, right? Mm-hmm. And was able to have supposedly live footage of the Earth. Yeah. Why don't we have that from a satellite? Anyway,
I'm showing you it right now.
It's not live, is it? You're getting a picture every 10 minutes. That's not live.
That's pretty fucking live. And have you ever heard of EchoStar 11?
Is that a satellite?
Yeah, that was a 24-hour live stream from space for about 13 years.
Really?
Yeah.
And have you got footage of that?
Yeah, give me a sec. EchoStar.
So why haven't they still got a few up there now, giving live footage of the Earth?
Now
they have.
There's some people out there that are saying that there's some people out there that are saying that, like, the Sun Express says U.S. spy satellites can resolve about 15 to 20 centimeter objects clearly, and then someone else said God's Otter said I can confirm the highest resolution on satellites that we have can see a 3 by 3 meter square. Now I am talking, guys, about satellites that image one entire half of the Earth. I do realize that there are satellites just above our atmosphere that have much greater resolution.
Yeah, obviously if you're
closer. They can't see the entire half of an Earth. Yeah, they can't see the entire half of an Earth. So just let me clarify all that. And if anybody knows, I'm not like, I don't have all the information on all the satellites out there. So if anybody else does have information about a satellite that can take that picture at a greater resolution, please share it.
So this is a sped up time. This is a sped up time lapse of the 24-hour live stream from the EchoStar 11.
This is the one that's not up there anymore.
I think it's still up there. I just don't think it's operational anymore.
Right.
But to answer your question, why is there not satellites giving us live streams of Earth to show us that we're on Earth? People that put satellites in space already know what Earth looks like, and they're not putting satellites in space to record the Earth. They're putting satellites in space to do research. Wait, let me finish my point, James. Let me finish my point. They're putting satellites in space to do research, to discover things, to help humanity, to advance humanity in as many ways as possible. They don't care anything about proving something to a flat earther. They already know the shape of the Earth because they put stuff in space. In fact, there's another member of our community, Professor Philip Bell. who was actually involved in the Chandrayaan Indian lander that unfortunately had a hard landing on the moon. Was it last year, team? It was last year, wasn't it? The Chandrayaan lander.
I don't remember exactly. I don't know if it was 2019 or 2018, but
But
if I was about to say Clive Wells, if Phil Bell is in the chat, I'm sure he could tell us.
he's actually involved in the team that did that, and they've just got permission and funding to try for a second landing later this year. You know, so we actually regularly speak to somebody who's involved in putting something on the moon.
Yeah, I've got a friend of mine that I was at music college with. Her boyfriend works for a company that designed the rover that went to Mars. So what?
So why did he design a rover to go to Mars if space isn't real?
Fight? Are you there?
Well,
Yeah.
maybe.
Can you hear me?
It's NASA.
You there, team? Team, you there? One sec, we've seemed to have lost team. I can hear you, team.
Okay, that's fine. Because I'm going to make a cup of tea. Is that all right?
Yeah, you go and get a cup of tea. I'll read some super chats while you're doing that. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Team, if you're listening, we can hear you.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, you went away for a second. Man.
Yeah, I was talking, and then and then it's funny. Then I was like, new computer first world problems. How about old computer first world problems in America? Shit. Did he leave too? Did he think you fucking broke too?
He's just going to get a cup of tea. We could hear you. You were just going, fight. Are you there? But I want to take this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to thank my supporters and my patrons and channel members and the guys at Super Chats, because it's thanks to you guys that this team is running. This stream is running really smooth. vMix is running buttery smooth. Nothing is freezing up on my computer, and it's not going to crash because thanks to you guys, I was able to get some massive upgrades for my computer. I got an AMD Ryzen 3700 series. 8-core 16 processor. I got 32 gigs of Corsair RAM, and next month I'm getting a 2070 Super graphics card added, and that's thanks to you guys. So I cannot express my thanks enough for the support that you've given. Right,
Here, let me show off my new toy real quick.
Yeah, do
while
it.
He's still peeing or whatever. I got this right here, 1 terabyte SSD drive, so that I can record the stupid shit that's being said and play it at the end of the fucking thing. And today would have been a great time to have that. And then I also got this bad boy, Ryzen 9 3900.
Yeah, you had
which
to get
is all
the
going
one
to be
above
installed.
mine. Right? oh, team! I didn't realize that it's so colourful. Have you seen that thing running?
No, I haven't.
I wish I could get the camera down because it's like a rainbow spiral. I've got a glass case, and my son was just looking at it going, "That's amazing! It's like this massive rainbow spiral."
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like a big circle like this, right?
Yeah.
Mine's solid. It's red. I'm looking at it now. Well, my 2700 is red.
It's actually going around the colours. It's like it's green now. It's blue. It's like doing a circle of colours. It's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I want everybody to know that. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah. Okay. So I want everybody to know that these upgrades, like Fight says, like what we do. Me and him have made a conscious effort not to just pocket these donations that you guys give us and the support that you show us, but we've actually put that back into what we do, to perfecting our craft, number one, to improving the quality of the entertainment and the stream for you guys, because it's really because of you guys. You know, it's us. Yes, you guys love watching us. That's great. We love being here performing for you.
Oh yeah,
but
it's the best time of my life.
Without the support, we just wouldn't be able to do it. And like Fight said, man, we're completely grateful to you guys for everything that you've done to help us out. Me too. Like, it's not just on Fight's channel. You guys do it on my channel too. And I just can't tell you how fucking lucky we are, because we truly are lucky.
Me and team, we do something that we fucking love doing. Something that we probably never thought that we could do, and it's because of you guys. And you know, I love every fucking one of you, even you, Jessica G. No, especially you, Jessica G.
Not me. Not me. Everybody gets love, but her. No,
I'm going to read a few super chats until he gets back. We had a new channel member. I'm going to ruin your name. I'm sorry. Marco Horovic. If that's wrong, I do apologise. Thank you very much. I read a bunch of them. Then we had a 199 heart from Elia Moon. Thank you. I'm getting past all the... Right, so Christ Puncher says, for $2 Canadian, I'm fond of team, if I have to be, I guess.
You do have to be.
Vetty Fubar for £2 says, stop embarrassing England, you flat earth mong. I don't know if you heard that. Bella Charge for $2 says, what up, pork chop? What's up, Bella? And then we've got 2 new members. We've got Leo, welcome to Scrappers. Thank you very much. And we've got Draco Fire, I'm sorry, I've been saying it right and I keep getting it wrong. Draco Fire, who has become a member of the Destroyers. And I want to say, Draco Fire, congratulations on getting your new job, man. That is awesome to hear. Well done. Dan Robinson for £5 says, Flerf has hairdresser's qualifications, knows more than a person with 2 BSc degrees. Awesome. Carrie Oliver for $33.33 says, Flat Earth t-shirt idea. Let me break this down for you. Yeah, that is something to say quite often, isn't it? Especially like Russian vids. Man, I think I might have to get Russian vids on for one more final dumpster fire during my 40-hour stream. Commander Darklight.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. I want to talk to you about something. Bass Kelly, the guy from the other night.
Yeah.
I was in the chat at the time. I was at the fucking store, and he was saying he would put up $1,000 to debate, of his own money, for us to debate fucking... what's his name?
Awake Souls.
Awake Souls. I understand if you don't want to do it, but I will take that fucking money and I will shit on Awake Souls for $1,000. He lives in my home state. I'll shit all over him.
Yeah,
It'd be my fucking pleasure. We should do it together and take on both of those guys. The guy that he was also brought, he goes, oh, well, what about this other guy, Ronnie, or something like that? Well, Ronnie is fucking Awake Souls' partner.
Yeah.
Tell him, fuck yeah, all 3 of them fucking idiots can come over here and get their fucking intellectual shit pushed in, and I'd do it more than fucking... I'd be more than happy to do it. You could sit back and fucking...
I'll do it
your ball sack.
I'll do it if we can give that money to charity.
I don't care where we give the money. I'll take that Flat Earthers money and shit on somebody for it. Fuck them.
Right. Chat, what do you reckon? Should me and team debate Awake Souls and Ronnie just for the purpose of fully shitting on them, and then never talk to them again, and then take that £1,000 and give it to a charity that the chat chooses? What do you think? I think that's maybe a good idea. I'll think about it, team.
Yeah, money up front, y'all. I said it in the live stream. I said the money up front, put that money up front, and I'll do it. Even if you don't want to, I understand you don't want to give those guys a platform. I'm not looking at it like giving them a platform, because all I'm going to do is shit on everything they fucking say. Bring that Bass Kelly too. I'll shit on him too.
Okay, I'm sure we can arrange that. Let's do it.
You sound so angry, dude.
Oh, well, Awake Souls is one of the people that I mentioned.
Confident.
Yeah.
Confident. One day you'll learn when you have a little bit of confidence yourself.
But someone like Awake Souls, James, someone like Awake Souls you need to be angry at.
If you're confident, you would be graceful, my friend. You're not graceful at all.
No, we're entertainers. There's a difference. Now, here's what you need.
Hold on. One thing I want to point out to you. Did you watch wrestling as a child?
Oh, God. What?
Did you? Yes or no? Did you? Yes
Do
or
you
no?
smell
It was a fucking
what the Rock
performance.
is cooking?
Yeah. Do you think they're really that angry all the fucking time? No, they're not. They're out having fun. They're entertaining people. We have 840 people who are in the chat right now. I guarantee you, if I say, press 1 if you're entertained. Chat, hold on. Chat, where you at? Look, put me full screen, fight. Put me full screen, fight.
I'm doing it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Well, they were until they saw your face.
Throw your money!
That's because there are loads of angry atheists like you, George, who love watching you.
His name's James.
It's Tom.
Okay.
Yeah, it's James Tom, Ricky.
I see a lot of ones.
I've got 4 first names.
Now, if we're not entertaining, James, if we're not entertaining, hold on one sec. If we're not entertaining, why between me and team do we have a combined 9,400,000 views if we're not entertaining?
Sorry?
If me and team aren't entertaining, why do we have a combined 9,400,000 views?
Did I say you weren't entertaining?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Do you have difficulty converting short-term to long-term memory, or?
I didn't say you weren't entertaining. Play your video back and show me where I said you're not entertaining.
No. Okay, he didn't. That's not what he said. He was saying, "Why are you so angry?" And I'm like, "I'm not angry.
Oh,
This is
right.
entertainment.
Yeah, no,
I'm
sorry.
entertaining. Do you not understand that concept? Do you think that the Macho Man Randy Savage walks around and goes, "Oh yeah," all day long? No, he gets put on camera, he becomes an entertainer, and he over-exaggerates what he does naturally.
Yeah.
I am naturally an upfront, in-your-face,
Right.
What?
So
Go
you're
ahead.
not-
I'll let you talk.
This is just how I am. My mum always told me arguing with people will never get you anywhere. I mean, she was wrong, but yeah. So let's get back.
Yeah, rip Macho Man.
Yeah. Let's get back to the meat of the matter. Now, before we get off of the gravity question, I want to ask you one simple question, James.
Yeah.
Why do things fall down?
Because they've got density and weight to them.
Okay, you know I can ruin that thing with one question, right? Why do
Go on,
why
then.
do things fall down in a vacuum chamber?
They don't.
Yes,
I
they
mean,
do.
they that you're talking about that experiment that was.
No, I'm
what's
just
the-
talking about in general that things go towards the ground when you let go of them in the vacuum chamber. Right? Now, you can't say that's density because in the vacuum chamber, at all points around that object, the density is the same. So why would it go down and not another direction?
What you mean in a vacuum? It should just float or something?
No, I'm saying why doesn't it just right? Right. The question is, in a vacuum chamber, when you let go of something, it goes towards the ground. It accelerates towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. Right? Why does it do that? Why does it go down instead of another direction?
Because it's got weight to it.
Weight
And it's
is
trying
mass
to
times.
stop-
Yeah, if you say weight is mass times gravity.
No, just forget about gravity. You can.
No,
Just-
you can't say weight and forget about gravity because weight is gravity.
It's heavier than the air around it.
There is no air.
Well, it's heavier. It's the heavy
But why down instead of another direction?
because it's trying to find the lowest level.
How does it know? Right, listen to the question, James. Right, an object is suspended by a string in a vacuum chamber. Right, that string breaks, the object goes down. What force caused the acceleration to start?
It's exactly the same as you saying what causes something to fall anyway.
Yeah, why? No. The important thing here is in a vacuum chamber, there is no density gradient, right? At all points around the object, density is the same. So when it starts moving, how does it know to go down and not another direction?
Because it's got weight to it that is heavier than
Weight
the
is
air.
mass times gravity, so are you saying gravity is the answer?
No, I'm saying you can work everything out that you're claiming you need gravity to work out, merely using density, buoyancy, and mass.
No, but buoyancy is also containing gravity. The equation for buoyancy is rho v g. G stands for the acceleration due to gravity. So if you say buoyancy, you are again admitting to gravity. If you say weight, you are admitting to gravity. Why does it go down and not another direction?
Look, because I don't know, mate. Right? It's got got weight.
I do. Do you want to know why? 2 secs. Here's why.
Gravity, you fucking retard! Gravity! Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity! Gravity!
That's why something goes down and not another direction.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Because you got some weird guy shouting gravity.
That's Desert File. You give him respect.
That's Desert File. Yes. He's not a weird guy. He's a fucking genius.
He's a legend.
And an icon in our
Yeah.
He's an icon in our community.
Yeah. Now,
Okay, but
density
look.
and buoyancy cannot explain why something goes a particular direction in a vacuum chamber. What causes
Yes,
it
it
to no? What causes it to start going down?
Look, as I told you at the beginning, I'm not a physicist, so I can't talk in like physics language to explain to you why it is. But all I'm saying is that density, buoyancy, and mass can be totally sufficient to answer why things float and why things.
Yeah, but buoyancy contains gravity. So if you say buoyancy, you are admitting to gravity.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
May I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, go on, Tim.
I'd say I'm not a physicist.
I'll let him
and
finish.
it's something that I've got to work out more to understand how to explain it to you. That there's no reason for gravity to exist.
But nothing works about gravity. Right,
what I'd like to ask you. No, what I'd like to ask you, James, is are you familiar with at least the first law of motion? One of the most basic laws of or I guess it would be the second law of motion. First and second law of motion. Hold on, hear me out. The first law of motion says that any object that's in motion, in constant motion, will remain in constant motion unless a force is acted upon it. Okay, do you understand that, right? Like it. Yeah, okay. So here's my question for you, okay? Again, with the accelerometer that I told you that you could do at home, I want you to also hear me out 1 second. You don't have to give me an answer. You don't have to explain right away, but think about it later at night when you're getting ready to go to bed and you need something to think about while you're sleeping, okay? So if I have this object right here, the remote control for my beautiful TV back there. I have this object right here. It's not moving. You can agree with that, right? It's not moving at this point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I let go of this, according to the first law of motion and the second law of motion, it should not move unless a force is acting upon it. It should remain stationary right where it's at. Now, if there is a force, it's guaranteed to move. It's guaranteed to feel the effect of that force, okay? So here I go. When I drop it, it moves. Why?
Yeah.
Did we just violate Newton's first and second law of motion, or is there something else at play that maybe we just don't see, like gravity?
No. Or
Go ahead, I'll let you
maybe
answer.
it's just because the object is heavier than the air around it. And you're going to say you can't have weight without gravity. It's a circular argument.
Well, yeah, but that's
Okay.
a fact.
No. Hold on. I think you missed the point there. That you missed the whole point whatsoever. Okay, because we're not talking about mass and weight. Hold on. Hear me out. I'm just going to re-ask it again, and I'm going to explain. When it's sitting there and it's not moving, I'm holding it in my hand, it's not moving, it's not accelerating. If you're right, if the Earth is flat and we're non-stationary, then this here is stationary as well, okay? So when I drop it, it shouldn't move because there's no force acting upon it. You can't say, well, it's weight, because you just violated the first and second laws of motion by saying it has weight. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying any mass whatsoever should maintain its speed. If the speed is 0, when I drop it, speed should stay 0, but it doesn't. It always accelerates towards the Earth at the same exact speed, 9.8 meters per second squared.
And the important
acceleration
one of the important things about what Team is saying is that it doesn't just fall, James. It accelerates, right? It goes from 0 to a velocity. That means that it has accelerated. And one of the most basic physical concepts in the world is F equals ma. If you have a mass and it accelerates, there is a force. That force, say it with me, everybody, gravity.
Okay, all right. Can we move on from this, because it's just going round and round and round? Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no worries. So, disprove the moon landings to us then.
Okay, so the moon landings, like when I first discovered flat Earth in like 2016, it was the first time really that I ever looked into the moon landings. I'd never thought about it before. I wasn't particularly bothered by it, to be honest. I just assumed that it was true. Now, I was just so shocked to learn in 2016 that we hadn't been back to the moon, a manned mission to the moon, since 1972 or 73, whenever it was. So we went between 1968 and 1973, and then we haven't been back since, right?
Yeah.
Now, are you familiar with Moore's law?
Not off the top of my head. Please explain.
Okay. Well, it's not a law as such, but it is a logic that states an empirical relationship which links gains from experience in production.
Oh my God, you're getting this so wrong. I happen to know what. Okay,
Moore's law is about transistors, isn't it?
So Moore's law is Yes, it is. Yes, it
No,
is.
it isn't.
Moore's law
No,
is
it isn't.
about increasing our transition. Yes, it is. It's about the number
No.
of transistors we can fit on a microchip, doubles every so often. But there is a limit as to how much we can do, and that limit is science. Science says at a certain point we reach a position where Moore's law cannot go forward. It cannot keep doubling at a certain rate. Now, this is off the top of my head. Okay, look, number of transistors. Okay, there you go, right there. Fight just pulled it up. It is you're right. It's not a law like a scientific law. It's a law that explains what we see in reality. We see a doubling of the transistors on the chips because we also have more technology. Like, we become more technologically advanced as we move forward in time. So as we get more technologically advanced, we can do more things, like fit more transistors onto a single silicone chip.
Yes.
But
And
at some point, we reach a limit. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's all to do with your progression in the field that you're talking about. So it's like the incremental curve of the development of technology. So the more technology develops, the quicker it develops.
Yeah, but Moore's law specifically deals with the number of transistors in an integrated circuit.
Yeah, but it is what I'm saying is it speaks the way Moore's law is used as a in speech, as it were, in a figurative sense, is using that comparison, and it's the gains you get from your experience in production.
Right. So what's your point with all this? Are you saying that spaceflight hasn't got better? We haven't expanded and improved upon spaceflight?
I'm saying you take every other, like for example, you take the Boeing planes that were developed exactly the same time as the moon landings. They have come across, they have come along leaps and bounds since then, and the technology has built upon itself, right?
Yep.
Now,
and so have rockets.
No, but the thing is, why can't we go back to the moon, and why haven't we been going back to the moon for the past 30 years, 40 years?
All right, let me answer that. We are going back to the moon. It's called the Artemis missions. And the reason we didn't go back to the moon is because at that point they did everything they could on the moon. They'd collected all the rocks. They'd hit a bunch of golf balls, right? And what that meant was, because we'd gone to the moon and done all these things, public interest in the moon missions waned. That meant that the financial amount that NASA were given seriously reduced, right? NASA didn't have the amount of funding anymore to do the moon missions, because sending people to the moon costs a fucking lot of money, right? But that doesn't mean that we stopped exploring space, and we stopped expanding our knowledge on space travel, because now we can land rockets back on drone ships in the middle of the sea and reuse them. Now we have technology that is suitable to take modern technology and people further than we could before. Artemis missions are happening. We're going back to the moon. Elon Musk has plans to have 1 million people on Mars by 2050, and he's been building the fucking spaceships to do that. I mean, space flight has improved dramatically. Now, what we've done mainly in space over the past 20 odd years is have the ISS, right? And the ISS has taught us so much about how to survive in space, what space does to our bodies, how to grow crops in space, how to manage your waste in space, right? We have been improving our knowledge and our technology to deal with space. And we are now at the point where we are going back to the moon, because we can use the moon for something other than just going and collecting rocks. We can use the moon as a staging to go further into the solar system. When we go back to the moon now, it's going to be a permanent manned base, not just people hanging around for a while.
Right, okay. And presumably you are familiar with that little clip of Don Petit, I think his name is, who says we could go to the nanosecond, go to the moon in a nanosecond. Yeah. You've heard that. Yeah. And it says, but we destroyed all the technology, and it would be too painful to bring it back.
Yeah. So could you go and build me a Ford Model T?
No, but the Ford Model T, or say take the Boeing 747.
No. I want to talk about the Ford Model T, because that links directly into what you were saying, right? if I told you to go and build me a Ford Model T right now, right, it would be a long and painful process because we don't have the tools. We don't have the the factories and stuff that built the specific bits that were for the Ford Model T. Now, when Don Petty said that, yeah, we destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to go back to it, they destroyed it because there's no point in having a rocket that's already been used lying around. They destroyed the technology so they could rebuild it. They put some of the stuff in museums. But to get that specific technology back that we used in the 60s and the 70s, to get that specific technology back would be a long and painful process.
But you wouldn't destroy something you've just spent shitloads of money developing. It doesn't make any sense. You would add to it.
Why would you keep it around when it can't be used anymore? Rockets in the past weren't reusable. The Apollo rockets, you couldn't use them again. You couldn't reuse the boosters like you can with SpaceX stuff, all right? So why would you keep technology around that you can't use again?
No, but you would build on it, Craig. You
and they have done. It. They have done. That's why we can now land rockets backwards on drone ships in the middle of the ocean. That's why we are now safely able to send people through the Van Allen belts, because we have built on and improved the technology that NASA and other space companies have developed throughout the years. We have improved on it.
What do you mean now we can send people through the Van Allen belt safely? We supposedly did that 5 or 6 times already.
Well, it's right. It's not more to do with people. It's more to do with the technology that we have now, right?
No, please.
Yeah, no, I misspoke, right? Because going through the Van Allen belts for people isn't really an issue. They're not. It's not an issue.
It's not an issue.
No, most of the Van Allen belt radiation could be blocked with a bit of paper, right? Most of it.
So why is it an issue then?
Because technology, right? The lot of the technology we have now, the more complicated transistors, the more digital based technology, that is more susceptible to solar radiation than the analog technology that was used in the Apollo missions.
I thought you just said you could block the radiation with a piece of paper.
Yeah, not all of it. There is some that isn't blocked. A lot of alpha rays and stuff are more, but it's not incredibly damaging to people over a small period. Wait, let me answer. It's not incredibly damaging to people over a small period. And the other thing is that we know where the Van Allen belts are, and we know the parts of the Van Allen belts that have the lowest amount of radiation to safely send people through. But we had to be able to send stuff through Van Allen belts that could keep people alive. And the problem with a lot more modern technology, but what I'm saying is that with the old technology, there was analog. That wasn't such an issue. But now, James, you keep interrupting me. Shut the fuck up. Right?
I'm getting a bit angry.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting me, and you've gone on so much about you keep over talking me. When I'm talking, just keep your fucking lips shut, dude. All right?
Yeah, try to swear, Craig.
Well, stop interrupting me then, you fucking moron.
Try
okay?
Not to swear.
No, I will stop swearing when you stop fucking interrupting me. Okay?
No, try and be polite, mate.
No, you try and be polite and don't interrupt me, you fucking dickhead, all right?
Well, look, I think you guys have had most of the floor this evening, so
well, if you stop interrupting and let me finish my point, you might learn something, you single-digit IQ piece of shit. All right?
Okay, you're pretty angry now. If you
I am angry because you are willfully fucking ignorant and you are frustrating. Yeah. Right? You don't understand these things, therefore you say they are fake. That is all you have. Now shut your lips for 5 minutes and listen. All right?
Okay. Go on, Craig.
Right. So technology we had back in the 70s and the 60s was mostly analog. Right? It didn't have the issues that modern technology would have, being a lot more digital going through the Van Allen belts. The technology back then, because it was analog, was safer. But we have more digital technology and stuff now. And to get that digital technology and people safely through the Van Allen belts again, we had to develop new... You interrupted me again! Shut the fuck up!
Okay, carry on.
To get people through the Van Allen belts now and technology safely, we had to develop better technology to do that, all right? So that we could get our technology and our people through it with no issues. And that is now done. So the Van Allen belts aren't an issue. People have gone through the Van Allen belts. We can measure the specific radiation in certain areas of the Van Allen belts. We know where to send people and when to send people. It's not an issue.
Right. Okay. Well, really, on paper, someone looking at that, would just think it's very odd to think that
No,
now
they wouldn't.
they would actually to have done a successful mission to the moon and back. What was it? 5 times, 6 times? How many times did they go in total? 6 or 7 times.
Was it 6 moon missions, team? Team, you there? I think team may be away.
Anyway, let's say over 5 times, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking 10 times through the Van Allen belt. One on, once back, right? Now, that is many missions that were successful.
Yeah.
No one died. No one was injured. You would put that down as a resounding success, would you not?
The moon missions were a resounding success, yeah.
Yeah, right. Now, you would, in any other situation, like take, for example, the first crossing of the Atlantic in a plane, right? From the first moment that was achieved, it was an incremental curve for the amount of people doing it and the speed at which it was done. Yeah? From the first moment it was achieved, it was like, right, we've done that now. We know exactly how to do it, and we're just going to improve it and do it over and over again and get better each time we do it.
Yeah,
but
get your point.
But somehow not with the case with the moon landings. We went to the moon landings, to the moon 5 or 6 times.
So did you completely ignore everything I said then?
No, I'd heard it. You can listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're just saying the same thing again. You've already said all this.
You just interrupted me.
Yeah, but you've already said all this, James. Why are you repeating the same thing again?
Because I'm reiterating a point.
Yeah, but I've already explained why your point is nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense, Craig. In any other situation...
Well, right. Instead of just repeating yourself, refute what I said. Instead of just... No, James, shut up. This is my show. Shut up, right? Instead of just repeating yourself, refute what I said. I explained to you the reasons why we did not go back to the moon again. Instead of just repeating yourself, refute what I've said.
I will refute what you said by saying that if we'd already achieved it that many times, we should be able to do it yesterday. We should have done it. We should be doing all
So
decade.
you just ignored everything I fucking said then. James, they didn't have the money to do it. Right. James, no, James, shut up. James, shut up and look at my lips. Right? Look at my lips. We didn't have the money to do it again. We didn't have the political pout to do it again. But we are now.
Nonsense.
Why is it nonsense?
NASA's budget as a share of GDP has gone up. It spiked during
Incorrect.
the moon
In-fucking-correct. After the moon landings, NASA's amount that they got from the budget went down significantly. That is a straight-up fucking lie.
What did I just say? I said over the period of the moon landings, there was a spike in the funding. At the end of 72, 73, it comes back down. And at that point, it has gone up every single year as a percentage of GDP.
Okay, now, do you know what NASA have been doing? It never reached back to the points that it was during the moon landing. Even with Trump's most recent boost to NASA, it still isn't at the levels that it was when they went to the moon, all right? They didn't have the money. No, they didn't have the money, so they did other things to figure out how to survive in space. I have already explained all this. Do not repeat the same points again.
No, you're getting angry because you know there's no logic to what you're saying.
No, I'm getting angry because you're repeating the same fucking point. I've explained to... Right, should we ask... Right, you don't get to decide what is logic when you don't know the internal angles. Shut up! You don't get to... No, shut up! Shut up!
No, Craig.
Right, I'm muting you then. Right, you don't get to decide what is physics when you don't even know the internal angles of a fucking equilateral triangle. Everything you said is wrong. I explained the reasons why we didn't go back to the moon, and you just went, that's not true. Refute it. Do not repeat yourself.
You're unmuting me or not?
Yes, I have now. Yeah, and what I'm going to do, now, every time you overtalk me, I'm going to mute you again. All right, dipshit?
Oh, okay. I can't do it to you, can I?
No, this is my show.
No. Yeah, your show. You're the big guy. Yeah.
Unless you have a mute button.
Yeah, I am the big guy. How many subs have I got, team?
That doesn't
and a half.
12 and a half, exactly.
It just...
Almost 40K.
Almost 40K, yep.
And great. That means that 40,000 other idiots like you out there. That's fine.
Oh, right. No, it's not just 40,000 idiots. It is 7 billion idiots that disagree with the minority of flat earthers that don't understand the internal angles of a triangle. Now, James, before you go on, what's 5 divided by 0?
5 divided by 0. So 5 divided by nothing. It's a trick question, so it's 0, isn't it?
You're dumb as fuck.
You should have stopped with the trick question part.
Exactly. Can you stop with trick questions?
It's not trick questions. This is basic shit that anyone with an IQ in double figures should know.
If you ask the average person down the street, what's times 0? Is it 5 or is it 0? What's the point?
First off, hold on. I want to point something out to you. The average person on the street says infinity, not 0. Number 1. Number 2, so you're below average. You're below average intelligence. Number 2, the answer is it's not a.
No, I don't think I am.
Number 2, the answer is.
No, I don't think I am.
You can't divide by 0. That's the answer. God damn! Listen to me. I'm trying to teach you something, there, little kid.
And I've got a political science and Spanish degree and a master's in urban. Design.
Well done. Useless degrees. You're dumb as fuck.
Yeah, you see, you're really showing like how insecure you are, Craig.
Oh, I'm not insecure at all. It's a fact. James, you don't know the first thing about what you're talking about. Why do you think a political science degree and a master's in Spanish allows you to talk about physics when you don't know the internal angles of an equilateral triangle?
No, you put me on the spot. I haven't thought about it. I did say eventually, like when the second time you asked me was 180 degrees. That in itself, it's kind of beside the point. It shows
how thick you are.
No, it doesn't show.
Yes, it does show how thick you are.
Okay, well, Craig, can you tell me
Let me ask you a question. Why is it beside the point? Hold on. Why is it beside the point? You just said it's beside the point. Why is it beside the point?
What we're talking about.
Then why the fuck did you ask us about the fucking moon landing missions? God damn. See, you don't get it. You don't get it. No, you don't get it. You can, when somebody presents something that you don't understand, hold on, hear me out. When someone presents something that you don't understand, you say, I don't need to know that because it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Then you...
Before, right? And I would accept that. So why do you not do the same with somebody who has knowledge in physics? Why do you think you can argue with someone who has a knowledge of physics when you don't understand physics?
No, because that's not what you did, is it? You asked me. I haven't thought in my mind since God knows how long what the
how to tie your shoelaces.
God, you really are. Do you know what, Craig? If you were confident in your position,
how to Velcro your shoes.
Yeah.
You guys wouldn't have to resort to ad hominems. You really wouldn't. You know?
You don't even know what an ad hominem is, do you?
I do.
Yeah.
Tell me what an ad hom.
What's an ad hom?
Tell me what an ad hom fallacy is then.
It's when you attack the person, not the subject.
I'm Captain Ad Hom.
No, right. If I came up to you and I said, "You're a fucking idiot," is that an ad hom?
Well, you're attacking the person, not the subject. So
no. If I just came up to you in the street,
I'd be more poisoning the well than an ad
if I just came up to you in the street and I said, "James, you're a fucking idiot," is that an ad hom?
Yeah. Ad hominem.
Yeah. Is it an ad hom? Yes or no? No.
Let me just check.
It's not.
Ad hominem.
An ad hominem.
Let me check.
Let me check. Let me explain to you what an ad hominem is, right?
Yeah.
Shut up. An ad hominem. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, James. All right, muted. When I say shut up, you shut up. All right? An ad hominem, if I came up to you and I said, you're a flat earther, therefore everything you say is wrong. That is an ad hominem. Coming up to you and saying, James, you're a fucking idiot. That is not an ad hominem. That's an insult. An ad hominem fallacy is attacking the person instead of the argument within the argument, not just calling somebody a name.
Yeah.
If you're going to quote a fallacy, try and get it right.
An ad hominem is an
argument. So, like, for instance,
Excuse, can I talk, or you just got to talk the whole time?
I'm gonna let you. Dude, how many fucking times do I have to tell you that we're on like a 4 fucking second delay? If I talk over you, I just shut up so that you can finish your fucking point.
Well, it's clear,
and I did. Now finish your fucking point.
It's clear he has issues converting short-term to long-term
goddamn
memory,
idiot.
James, you really are. Do you know what?
His name is George.
You guys are so mature.
Yeah, fuck, I learn. Okay, so
You're so
if he
mature.
says,
Yeah.
if you say to me, how do you know that the Earth is not flat, and I answer back with, because you're an idiot, that's an ad hom. Now, if you say, how do you know the Earth's not flat? And I go, well, this is the reason it's not flat here, 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 here. And the fact that you don't see all these fucking 50 million points is because you're a fucking idiot. That's not an ad hom attack. I answered your question, and then I insulted you because you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Ding.
Okay.
You got
I'm
ding.
glad that ding makes you feel so important.
It doesn't make me feel important. It fucking puts a smile
Well,
on the fucking faces of children.
You clearly love it.
Ding.
And do you know what? For the sake of the viewers, right, they should watch this back over.
Oh, they do.
And just
this
Yeah.
debate will probably get about 20,000 views.
Can I talk or not?
Yeah, go on then.
It's supposed to be you're supposed to be hosting a talk show type thing, Craig. Yeah, so people talk.
No,
Yeah,
we
so
host a
I'm-
Laugh at Moron show.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
We're
you guys-
laughing at a moron.
Yeah. So if your viewers watch this back over and just watch,
They do.
Comment on and mark down the amount of times that you guys have got really fucking angry, and then note
It's
how
called
many times-
animated. We've gone through
No,
this. You're
no,
repeating the same
no.
points again.
No, Craig, you almost lost. your
Listen
shit.
here, George.
Yeah, it's what I
They
do.
don't have to count because they don't have to count because I have a counter right here that's counting how many times I ding you, and right now we're at 16, you fucking idiot.
Ding.
17, sorry.
Oh my god, it's like talking with complete morons.
Irony meter.
Thank you.
just
Now you know how
exploded.
we feel.
My irony meter literally just
God.
blew up. Wow. That's incredible.
Little does he know,
Yeah,
right?
wow, Craig. Craig, the thing is, you wouldn't have to get so pissed off if you.
Hey,
knew
hey,
you were
James.
right.
James, the reason I've got 40,000 subscribers is because of the way I
It's
act.
because there are 40,000 other idiots like you who
Uh-huh.
are probably atheists and they're
Oh,
terrified.
wait. Why are you bringing up the atheist thing?
Because it's all connected.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's
Why?
not. No, it's not.
It is 100%
means nothing.
correct.
Why is it connected?
Yeah, what do theologists?
I would place a bet that you guys both believe in evolution. Is that true?
I don't believe in anything. Evolution's a
Oh
fact.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
It's
there
true.
we go.
Yeah, it's a fact.
In fact,
We believe in facts.
Team,
Yeah.
team and I
Yeah.
presented evidence that evolution
Yeah.
is real in a debate with Nathan Thompson and G-Man. So
Yeah,
we can present
sure.
evidence that evolution is real. We don't need
And
to believe, we have facts.
Let me guess.
What would be your top pieces of evidence?
The changing nose positions of a whale as it moved from a land animal to a sea animal. We can see it through the fossil transitions from when it was a land animal to going to being a animal that lived in the sea. The position of its nasal cavity changed so it could get air from the from above, because it was underwater. There's also the mosquitoes in the London Underground that literally. Wait! You asked me for evidence. There's also mosquitoes.
You asked
Shut
for
up!
evidence.
Shut up! There is also mosquitoes in
When
the
he
London
gets done,
Underground.
I'm gonna tell you.
James, there's mosquitoes in the London Underground that literally developed a different biological function to deal with a different diet because they were trapped underground and separated from their parent species. They became so different that they could no longer mate with their original species of mosquitoes. They became so different that they stopped hibernating and stuff because they weren't aware of seasons when they were underground. They became so different they could feast on mammal blood. They became so different that their mating habits completely changed because of the pressures of their environment. Evolution is a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
I just told you why.
Do you know what ERVs are? Do you know what ERVs are? Do you know what ERVs are? Hey, you. Do you know what ERVs are?
James.
ERVs. Do you know what they are?
No, what's an ERV?
Yes, ERVs. Do you know what they are? Okay, it's an endogenous retrovirus, and they are present. They are present because what they do is they insert themselves into the DNA of the species, and then as the species evolves, that ERV evolves with the species. It then goes to both. However many offspring or however many down the family tree offshoots of that species will always carry the ERV with it. So we can compare the ERV position in humans to the ERV positions in monkeys, chimpanzees, old world monkeys, gorillas, even fucking rhinoceroses, and all this other shit, because At some point, we shared a common ancestor. That's one point. The second point for evolution is that with these insertions of the ERV, there is a discontinuity between the two LTR sites where it inserts itself. These are called long terminal repeats. This discontinuity becomes greater with time. So if we find that we share an ERV with a species that was that had a common ancestor much further in the past, then what we notice is that the two LTR sites of the ERV show a greater discontinuity between them. These are facts. I know you don't understand them because you don't seem like you're very strong in biology or anything outside of anything science, but that's fact.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So please refute what we've just said.
That's the only retort you have?
Yeah. Yeah. Now please explain why our evidence for evolution is wrong.
Well, I've never heard of ERVs, so I can't comment on what you're talking about. I've never heard of ERVs. If you'd like to, I mean, it's kind of pointless really talking about it now. I'd have to go and look it up. But you're saying they're viruses, are they, James? Is that what you're saying?
Retrovirus. His name is Tom.
You're hilarious, Craig.
I am, you're right.
Yeah.
My wife tells me so.
I told you we could have ended all fucking doubt. We could have ended all doubt if you'd have called me daddy from the beginning. You just say, hey, daddy, I'll answer that.
Yeah, that's funny as well, isn't it?
I'll even treat you with respect if you call me daddy the rest of the night.
And then you'll treat me with respect. Is that how you work, is it? You wouldn't give.
Well, I'll treat all your disrespect that you have. I'll take all. No, because you're not acting like a normal human being, man. You're acting like a subhuman that doesn't understand what a conversation is.
Really?
And
you guys aren't.
Yes.
No, we're entertaining.
No. I didn't say I wasn't. Hold on. I didn't say I wasn't, did I? We were talking about you.
Yeah,
you made the assumption that I said. You made the assumption that I said that didn't cover myself as well. No, but I am talking about you.
You would assume that you would work by that same moral compass that you're judging other people by.
Like I said, treat us with respect, you get respect. Come in, over talk, hand wave, go nutter, you get treated like a dipshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Right. Okay. So
go check the stream from last night. You'll see two flat earthers who had fucking just a tad bit of respect for themselves, and they got respect from us as well. You have zero respect for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I have zero respect for myself.
You're a fucking flat earth idiot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally only people with IQs lower than their own shoes believe the earth is flat.
Yeah, well, that's clearly not true.
No, it is true because, James, here's the simple fact of the entire matter. There is not one single shred of evidence for the earth being flat. Not one at all.
It's nonsense. Nonsense.
Present one evidence then. Just one.
Okay, right. We kind of veered from the topic here, right? You kind of so your proof of evolution is this ERVs, whatever, which I have to go and look up. What else would be your proof of evolution, James?
You could show him the virus, the bacteria that changes over time. Team, you got that video handy?
And why does that prove evolution?
Team, you there?
A video of what now? I'm sorry.
The bacteria going through the lines of.
Yeah.
You got that video handy?
I'll pull that up.
And why
I'll pull it up right now.
Well, Team can explain to you once he's got the video up. Team can explain to you why it shows that evolution is a fact.
Why can't that just say? Why can't that just be demonstrating that it has the capability to change, to mutate, to develop, to adapt?
That is evolution.
No, but how is it you go from that level of phenomena to the level of phenomena of an amoeba turning into a human being?
An amoeba didn't turn into a human being.
Well, an amoeba was
that's the problem.
Right. Now I want you to James. I want you to give Team the respect for a few minutes so we can talk through what's going on here. Okay.
Right.
Okay, so each one of these bands represents a different strength of antibiotic, okay? They put bacteria on both sides of these plates. This is just a gel that they can propagate through. This is like basically a big petri dish, okay? So what happens is when there's no antibacterial there, or antibiotics, however you want to say it, it will pass through that medium no problem. Once it reaches the first level of antibiotics, it then stops because It doesn't have any, it has no protection against the antibiotic. In fact, it prevents it. It's a toxic environment until a single bacteria evolves, because evolution is happening nonstop. And it happens across the spectrum too. It's not just in one place. So you would stand to reason that if evolution is happening all the time and that it happens all across the genome, then at some point a bacteria will evolve that can live in that concentration of antibiotics. So here we go. This is the first, as they start growing right here, they're going to reach the first band, and you're going to notice that it'd be a deadline stop, right? Now the moment that one, here you go, see that little spot right there? That little spot is a area of bacteria that has evolved to be able to live in that environment. Not just live, but thrive in the environment, reproduce in the environment. Then, okay, of course, it can't get to the 10 strength. The strengths are to show that, you know, it's exponential growth. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, okay? So when it hits that, you'll see another line form. What has to happen? There has to be another evolution, and once another bacteria evolves to live in the stronger antibiotics, then that thrives there. And then it goes beyond. But if you notice, the one in the back, it still has if it didn't ever evolve to get past the first level of antibiotics, it will never go. The last plate, this last area right here, will be nothing but bacteria that can live in 1,000 times the 1,000 times strength of antibiotics that was in that first plate. Well, in the plate that had the first antibiotics, this plate right here. This is 1,000 times stronger. Bacteria here can't live here, okay, because it hasn't evolved to be able to thrive under those circumstances. That is what evolution is. This is the outside environment. The presence of antibiotics provides an external pressure, okay? That external pressure drives the evolution of the bacteria. It drives the reproduction of the bacteria. It drives every aspect of the bacteria, and that's why it stops at that first panel. It stops because it can't go any further. It's not equipped to. It has to evolve to go further. And then it evolves, and then it evolves again, and then it evolves again, and over and over. It will never, in fact, it will never stop evolving. Most of the evolutions that it goes through, most of the singular evolutions that it goes through, are going to be detrimental to the bacteria. That's the bacteria evolving with nothing to gain out of the evolution, or it's going to put it in a position where it would die in that the plate. But some will evolve to live in that first area of higher antibiotics. But they won't move on to the next until they evolve, and they won't move on to the next until they evolve. That's how evolution works, with an outside presence. This is why amoebas don't turn into humans. Amoebas take a small step into something that is an amoeba, but a little different than the other amoebas. And then eventually it gets so different that it can't even breed with the original amoebas. At that point, it's its own species. Or bacteria, not amoeba, bacteria, I'm sorry.
So, James, you there? Oh, I think we may have lost him. He's phoning me on Facebook a sec. Hello? Hello, James, what's going on? Yeah, what's happened? Can you hear me? Oh, fuck's sake. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me, James? Yeah. Yeah, just refresh the browser, you'll come back in. You got it?
Okay, you guys there?
Yep, there we go.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. So did you catch what Tim was saying? And how it shows that evolution is absolute 100% fact?
Well, I gather it cut off. I don't know what point he was at exactly, but I get the gist of what he's saying. Why can not what you're observing just be explained by the fact that the bacteria has within itself the ability to adapt? Why does that somehow prove that?
That's what evolution is, though.
No, but you're taking away the hang on, can I talk? You're taking away the ability for a thing to have properties, the bacteria to have the property to be able to develop. and adapt, that doesn't prove that we evolved from apes.
No, the fossil records and stuff show that we evolved. Well, we are
No,
still
they don't.
apes. Well, they do.
No.
No,
If
James,
you
just
look
go
at
in. Hold on, James. Just go in. No, they don't. I'm not accepting that. We have fossil records that show that we evolved from ancestors, the same ancestors that monkeys evolved from. All right. We have fossil records that show that.
Did you show us a couple of can you show us why that is the case? Chuck up a couple of slides or something.
What, show you some fossil records?
Yes, give me a second. Give me one. No, just give me 1 second. I'm going to show you one thing, and you can choose to accept it or not.
Yeah. James, just so you know, you are an
Yes,
ape.
I did.
So
Yes,
am I. We're all apes.
No, we're not.
Yes,
you
we
may
are.
think-
No,
No,
we
no.
are. We are apes, 100%. We are
No,
one of the
you're not.
5 great apes. No, do you have a degree in biology or anything? Because everyone
No.
that has a degree in biology disagrees with you. We are
It doesn't
apes.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. We are
No, it
apes.
doesn't.
It
was
does.
Just because it's consensus doesn't make it right.
No, facts make it right.
Yeah, and you don't have any facts to show that evolution is the answer. to where
Apart
we're
from
going.
all the facts that we've shown.
No, the only facts that you've shown is
I'm
how
looking-
bacteria and is able to adapt itself to overcome.
Which is what
antibiotics.
evolution is. Evolution is just
No.
lots of steps of micro-evolution. That's what evolution is. Right.
Okay, well but that's a case of a bacteria having the ability to adapt itself to overcome a something that's
That
opposing.
is evolution!
But it doesn't prove macroevolution.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It's two different levels of phenomena, mate.
No, they're
By
not. They're
mass-
the same.
They're not.
Macroevolution is just lots of steps of
No, no.
microevolution.
And
Again, James, no, fucking
Okay,
shut up.
hold
right?
on, hold on,
Stop
hold on,
just
hold on.
saying, no, it's not, without
It is.
evidence.
You haven't got any evidence.
Okay, James, let me explain. No, James, let me explain something to you. Fight actually did give you a great example of microevolution and macroevolution happening in front of our faces. He talked about the London Underground mosquitoes. Give me 1 second. He talked about the London Underground mosquitoes, okay? He began to explain how, given enough time and being separated from its main food source and from the rest of the population of mosquitoes in London, it evolved to a point that it could not reproduce with the other mosquitoes that were native to London. It evolved it first started evolving its breeding techniques. It also evolved its feeding techniques. These evolutions were micro steps. It took small steps to get to where it's at today. But now when you look at it today, they can't breed with one another because there's too many steps. There's too many changes that have occurred between that mosquito and the other mosquitoes that live in the area. So therefore, they cannot reproduce. That is speciation in front of humans' eyes that we've seen in our lifetimes. That is an example of that.
And there's more examples of that. Like when a couple of researchers went back to the Galapagos Isles that Darwin went to, and within their own lifetime, literally saw a species changing its physical appearance to be able to do different things, right? So there was a drought one summer, right? There wasn't many seeds that were being produced. Wait, hold on. Right, there was a drought one summer. A lot of the seeds that were produced on the island were...
I know
You
the story.
shut the fuck up!
I know the story.
Shut up! Right?
Calm down.
Well, stop interrupting me then.
Try not to get angry.
Don't interrupt me then, you fucking dick. All right?
Well, you interrupt me.
Just shut up. All right? So, because there was a drought on the island, the seeds that were formed were too big for a lot of the finches that were on the island to actually eat, right? So they managed to trace, like, literally one particular branch of a family that developed beaks that were large enough and strong enough to eat these larger seeds and survive. And then over the course of, 3 generations, team? Maybe more
something
generations.
like that, yes.
Yeah. But over the course of a few generations...
it was only a few. It was only a few.
Only over the course of a few generations, whilst they were on the islands, they literally saw the majority of the finches then get the bigger beaks. Like, they literally changed their physical appearance to adapt to the environmental pressures. That is evolution.
Can I talk now?
Okay,
Yes.
now just to
Well,
Yeah, sure. Go
let him get
ahead.
his point.
Let's let him have it.
I-
Well, yeah, let him have the floor.
Two things. Firstly, Darwin said that the evolution happens in very, very small incremental steps. So for you to claim, and let me finish, Craig, let me finish, right?
I haven't
For
said
you to
anything.
claim that I can feel you, like that.
I'm looking at the chat. Just carry on.
The fact that you had these, first of all, I say Darwin says that the steps have to be very small incremental steps. So for you to claim that that these people have witnessed the birds developing a new beak within that small time frame goes against pretty fundamental evolutionary thinking.
So have you read before you go on? You've just made a claim. Have you read the Darwin's Origin of Species and Voyage of the Beagle? Yes or no?
Not the whole thing, no.
I have, and you're wrong.
Really? Why am I wrong?
And
Because that's not what he said.
Let me
It is.
Let me
He says
also
it
provide a.
happens with small incremental steps.
Well, let me interject on that. Darwin's theory of evolution, it has evolved since Darwin proposed it. We no evolutionary biologist out there sticks to the strict guidelines that Darwin set forward. Keep in mind, Darwin is over 140 or 50 years ago or something like that. He's a great distance away from us, and we have evolved scientifically to understand evolution better than Darwin did.
Yeah. Okay.
I can go and get my copy of the Origin of the Species and show you where you're wrong if you like. I actually finished reading it again a few days ago.
Most evolutionary changes, after all, happen in tiny increments. That's what the basic consensus is.
Most
Microevolution is a thing, but microevolution leads to macroevolution.
But Craig,
and that's been demonstrated.
Craig, why can't what was observed in the Galapagos just as easily be described as the birds that didn't have the big beaks that could peck into the dry seeds died off, and the ones with the big beaks survived, and they proliferated on the island?
You just explained evolution.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
That's an example. Of
all right. So what? No. Let me. May I please step in for that, because that's a good point that you brought up. See, when I brought up
James,
it's not,
okay, go ahead. I'll jump in there.
Hang on, it doesn't prove evolution, Craig.
It does. That is evolution.
It supports.
Craig, look,
It supports.
Look, no, it doesn't. If you've got a load of group of birds, right? Only some of them have got beaks that are able to peck open these seeds when they're dry, right? Therefore, what happens is they multiply, have sex, and produce more babies, and the ones that can't peck through the seeds, they die, right?
That's evolution.
It's a scenario of survival of the fittest, right?
Which is evolution.
Oh my god.
No, but there's no mutation going on forming
so
a new
so the bird wait, so the bird that developed a bigger beak, that wasn't a mutation.
It didn't develop, it already had the beak.
So did the previous birds before it also have all the big beaks? Did all of the birds have the same beaks to start with, or did some develop different beaks based on environmental pressures? Right, now, stop. Right, did the population of finches adapt to the environmental pressures? Yes or no?
No, they didn't.
You're a fucking idiot.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Team thing.
No, I'm not. And you just saying that doesn't prove anything.
Well, no, you just denied a very basic fact. You denied that. Yes, you did. Shut up. You denied that finches, the population of finches developing larger beaks, you denied that being in response to an environmental pressure. That makes you a fucking idiot.
The birds with the big beaks survive.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys.
Okay,
Because
so what
of
happens?
environmental
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When those birds survived, when the birds with the larger beaks survived, and they had the food and the energy necessary to reproduce, okay, which ones were going to reproduce more during the drought? The birds with the larger beak or the birds with the smaller beak?
The ones that survived. The ones that survived because they were able to get the food. They were the ones that survived and reproduced, right? So what?
Okay, great.
Not evolution.
So that in itself, when you take, yes, oh
you're
my
just
God.
observing the fact.
What happens to the birds with the smaller beaks? What happens to the birds with the smaller beaks? Do they just unfortunately completely die off, never to see them again, or does maybe one of them have an evolutionary or a DNA mutation that causes them to have a slightly larger beak to continue on their species with larger beaks?
But the thing is, what you guys
because genetics. Do you look like your parents? Do you look like your parents? Yes or no? Do you think you look like your parents? Yes or no? Qualities of them. Okay, so what makes you think that happens for you but not for fucking birds? No. I'm asking. It's a serious question. Why do you think that happens for just humans and not like birds and dogs? Have you ever seen like a litter of dogs or cats? I mean, they actually look very similar to their parents. You know, and that's because we pass down genetics, and all species do this, okay? That's why when you have an outside pressure, you can have a microevolution, okay? A very small change. And enough of these, given enough time, then becomes a macroevolution where that species can't reproduce with the other ones. This all suggests that evolution is in fact true.
No. Can I talk now?
That's how conversations work, yes.
Yeah, well, it's hard with you guys because I talk and then I get shut down within like a few seconds. So your situation, you asked me, like, do I have the same characteristics as my parents, and why don't I think that happens throughout all of nature? I never said it didn't happen throughout all of nature. What I was saying is that just because you come to an island and you find a load of birds with bigger beaks surviving because they can get into seeds and eat them, that doesn't prove anything. It just means that they've survived because their beaks are more advantageous in the situation. Let me finish, right? Let me finish. What you guys are missing is that evolution, there's nothing within an animal, right? Even in your theory, that programs it to develop in a certain way to overcome environmental factors. It is all random, okay? So if the creature, through random mutation, develops a characteristic that is beneficial in that surroundings, then hey, it does well. But there's no kind of conscious effort on behalf of the creature to think, oh, there's a problem here. I better start mutating inside me so that my offspring have a bigger beak. It doesn't work like that.
No one said it does.
Right.
Well, it is. What
right. And what you're getting wrong there. No. But what you're getting wrong there is you're missing the logical step that says. Yeah,
Craig,
you're missing the logical step that says.
Hey, it was pretty dumb.
Yeah, and you're one of the
reasons. You're missing the logical step.
Team onto you. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. All right, you're missing the logical step that those birds. Oh my God.
James, just let Team finish his point, please.
You're missing the logical step here's what you're not getting. You're admitting that you know that genetics are passed down, that you know genes are passed from parent to offspring. Okay, you're admitting that, right? Okay, that's obvious. Now, it's also obvious. Listen, okay, it's also obvious that a mutation that gives a species a better chance of survival is also going to be passed down. Okay? So that new offspring is going to carry that mutation with it.
Yeah, but it's not intentional. And for you to think that you've witnessed that random mutation...
It doesn't have to be intentional.
No one said it's intentional.
Giraffes didn't develop a longer neck because they wanted a longer neck. They developed a longer neck to feed on the food that was higher in the trees. The ones that had longer necks, the ones that had longer necks were able to get to their food and reproduce more. The ones that had shorter necks weren't. Since they didn't have the energy to reproduce, they didn't have the ability to pass on the short neck gene. Then when you have all of them that have medium necks, and you have one that reaches a little bit further, he gets to be the one that reproduces more. He's got more energy to be able to reproduce more.
Yeah, you can stop now, James. It's so obvious. Like, the theory of evolution, you think, evolutionists, you think that people who don't believe in evolution don't understand it.
You don't.
But you're not. No.
Well, then how are you disagreeing with it then?
We do understand.
And what's the disagreement?
No, you don't understand it. You don't understand it in this. No, you don't understand it in the slightest. James. No. When did you study biology? When did you study evolution and biology?
Natural selection acting upon random mutation. That is the definition of evolution.
And you have just defined that. You have literally, yes, you have. Right now, I want to move the conversation back to flat Earth stuff because you clearly don't understand evolution enough to talk about it. I think you don't understand flat Earth stuff enough to talk about it. But no, you don't, James. You don't. You don't understand anything. James, shut up. You don't understand anything. Now let's get back to the point. No, James, shut up. Let's get back to the actual talk about flat Earth and the fact that the Earth isn't flat. I want to ask you the question again. Why is there no evidence that the Earth is flat?
There is. There's lots of evidence.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
Right. All right. No, let me ask a better question. Right?
How about?
Wait. No, wait. Let me ask a better question. Right? Why is there no measurements of the Earth being flat or being still?
There are.
Please show me one. Show me one single measurement of the Earth being flat. Just one. You can't do it because there isn't any.
No, you can.
Show me it then.
Okay, I'll read off. All right, one good example, right, is
this going to be a measurement or?
Huh?
Is this going to be a measurement?
No, it's not really a measurement. Okay.
Well, I asked you for measurements that the Earth is flat or still.
Well, I can give you practical examples, not measurements.
No, I'd like measurements because I can give you measurements of the Earth's curve and measurements of the Earth rotating. So.
Okay. So all right. So the Earth's curve for an object that is 443 kilometers away, right, which is Finisterraeus in the Pyrenees. Yeah. There is the photo that won the longest distance photo.
Yeah, me and team have debunked that one 1,000 times over.
Well, because it's refraction, is it?
No, not just refraction. It's all to do with the height that he was, and the fact that even the photographer himself says that to get that particular picture, he had to go for it was only a once in a kind of a lifetime combination of the refractive conditions that made him be able to see that far, right? So if you're going wait, if you're going to bring up that observation, why can you not see that all the time?
Because of humidity in the air.
Because of humidity. So humidity in the air makes things drop down, does it?
No, because
you can still see that far. You just can't see them. You can still see that far. You just can't see the mountains.
No, you can't see
can
that.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go on, team.
Okay, so the first thing I'd like to ask you, James, is are you a professional photographer?
Are you?
It's just a question. I'm not trying to. No, that's not. It doesn't answer the question I asked you. I'm not claiming to be a photographer or claiming to understand better than what the photographer said in his own fucking statement when describing how he was able to capture this fucking mountain in the distance. So I'm asking you again: are you a professional photographer? I'm not.
No,
Are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, great. Now, in the explanation. Okay, when you go to the website where the guy brags about this amazing photograph that he captured, he explains in detail why this observation was an anomaly. Okay, meaning that you can go there 100 fucking times and probably never see that again. But there's going to be that one day when you're at the exact height, the sun is in the proper position, the refractive index is proper enough for you to see the silhouette, and on that day, you're going to be able to capture this. Now, if you go and you read the photographer's notes on that observation, he was not there to take a picture of that distant mountain. He was there to take a picture of the mountain in front of him. He just happened to catch the distant mountain on this one anomalous day. That's it. You shouldn't be bringing that up unless you understand at least that basic understanding of that this was an anomaly.
And because more importantly, where was the bottom of those mountains?
The bottom was hidden due to perspective.
What's the law of perspective?
Oh God.
What's the law? You have two lines that.
No.
that
If you're gonna say perspective, you need to give me the mathematical formula so I know what you're talking about.
Well, no, it's a very simple artistic.
Art isn't reality though. So if we're talking about perspective in reality, you're going to need to use the law of perspective. So can you please give me the mathematical? There's no. I'm asking you for a mathematical formula for perspective.
I don't have a mathematical formula.
So you don't know what you're talking about when you say perspective, then?
No, I do know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. No, you don't know what you. No, you don't, because you don't know how to describe it mathematically.
You don't need to know mathematical formulas.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
If you don't know what you're talking about, you can't talk about it. You are just making shit up at this point.
No, because look, you can also you're claiming that you can only see these mountains at certain times of the year. The thing is, they're not in isolation. There's loads of others. There's the Canigo in the Pyrenees.
I'm not claiming that. The professional photographer who took the picture is claiming that. The man who understands this science better than you, me, or Fight the Flat Earth is the one who's fucking saying that.
Okay, well, how about
go to the source? Go to the source.
How about how you can see the coast of France from the south coast of Cornwall quite regularly? You can see the cliffs of France, which is over 80 miles.
So that's about 80 miles, and you can see the cliffs, but you can't see the shore, can you?
You can see.
So you're telling me right? Are you telling me you can see the water going up to the beach and all the land and everything before the buildings and the cliffs and stuff? No,
because
you can't because there's a curve in the way.
No, because
yes.
The ripples of surf and the waves on the ocean make it impossible for you. It obstructs.
Ripples and surf will not obstruct that. That's absolute complete bullshit.
Let me step in. Let me step in for 1 second.
Go on,
Fight. Will you pull up your observation of the Lego blocks? Hold on, James. Give me 1 second. I want you to see this observation and kind of respond to this for a second, okay?
Yeah.
Fight. Will you pull up your camera? What you did with the blocks? Okay.
Yeah. I just want to. Do I still have it on here? Or I need to. Fuck. Where is it?
Okay. You know what? I think it's time for Paint 3D.
Yeah. Go on. Get Paint 3D.
Give me 1 second.
I've lost it.
All right. Paint 3D is coming out. Oh, don't worry about it. Fight. I got you, bud.
Guys, I'm just going to tell you now. I'm going to do another 15.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate you sticking around as long as you have. But let me do this demonstration for you real quick. My artwork is A1, by the way, okay? So don't question it. All right. Well, hold on. Hear me out for 1 second, okay? Hear me out for 1 second. Let's say you're standing on the beach of Cornwallis, right? And you're here. Yeah. Let me draw you an eyeball.
Cornwall.
You're a Cyclops, all right? You're looking out. Okay, Cornwall. I'm sorry, Cornwall. You're looking out at France, okay? And here's the huge cliffs at France, all right? This is what we should see. Now, you're saying a small wave will get in the way and block, like, this amount, right? Now, we're talking, these things are much taller than 6 feet tall, and I'm assuming you're 6 foot tall, okay? So, what perspective says is, as this gets further away, okay, assuming you're 2 meters tall, we'll make that assumption. For any wave to block anything above 2 meters tall, okay, it would need to be greater than 2 meters, all right? So the wave would have to be greater than your eyesight to even block off any amount of that, all right? So that's the only way that we're going to get some kind of obstruction from a wave, because in your line of sight, that line of sight, if the Earth is flat, should meet at 2 meters on the other side of those cliffs. That's where it should meet. It should not meet any lower. It should not meet any higher. In fact, if those cliffs kept going further and further and further away from you, if you were looking dead-ass level, you would always be looking at the exact same point on the cliffs if the Earth was flat. If the Earth's not flat, if it curves away, then the further it goes away from you, the more that your eyesight will be, your line of sight will be looking like at this level, and then at this level, and then eventually it gets so far away that when you look at it, you can't see it because your level sight is going over the top of it. That is what happens if the Earth is curved versus whether the Earth is flat. there are no waves of 2 meters tall that are getting in your way constantly, because it's not like it goes down and you can see it, and then it goes up and you can't, and then it goes down and you can see it, and up and you can't. No. It's simply every day when you go out there, your direct line of sight, your level line of sight will always be looking at a spot that's above 2 meters from the surface, because it's curving away.
But you shouldn't be able to see the cliffs at all.
Now, do you know how much light would have to bend due to refraction for that?
It's about 100 miles away, as you're talking about.
Yeah, and you can see the big cliffs, right? And now,
yeah.
Again, the question I asked you was, how much does light have to bend due to refraction for that to happen?
No, but if it was refraction, you would. You're saying it's just like the Finisterre photo. I mean, not the Finisterre, the one taken from the Alps of the Pyrenees. You're saying it was a once in a lifetime opportunity because the conditions were right for the refraction to be going on.
Well, you're going to find the conditions over water are more conducive to refraction, because over water you get 100%. colder, denser air. So you're more likely to see. Oh wait! You've interrupted me. Shut up. You are more likely, James. James, shut up when I'm talking. James, shut up.
Did you hear what I just said?
Let me finish what I'm saying. No, I didn't hear what you're saying because you started over talking me again. Right? Over water, you get colder, denser air, which is more conducive to refractive effects. That is why you can see things further over water more often, right? Now, I want to show you a picture which is 100% impossible on a flat Earth. 100% impossible. You ready?
What's that? Yeah.
Okay. In Scotland, this is literally just down the road from me, okay? There's a point. This is taken from a video from Miles Davis, right? And he's up a point in Fife called Terpin Law, and there's a surveyor marker to show that he's 210 meters above sea level. Okay, this is looking over the Firth of Forth at the Forth Rail Bridge and the Forth Road Bridge. Now, the top of that middle pillar is 210 meters above sea level, exactly the same height that the camera was. All right. So you've got a tangent, you've got a line of sight, right? Like Team was just showing you. You've got a line of sight going from your eyes that are 210 meters above sea level to the top of that pole that is 210 meters above sea level, right? Now those hills in the distance are about maybe 40 kilometers away in Edinburgh, and they are 500 meters above sea level. If they were 500 meters above sea level, they should never, ever, ever drop below that red line, which is your line of sight, which is your tangent. This picture is impossible, 100% impossible, if the Earth is flat.
Can I ask you a question, Craig?
Yeah?
As things move further away from you, do they get smaller?
Yes, they don't drop below a point. And now, to answer that question, here is a video that I made in my kitchen, right? So I've got the camera leveled with the top of the first block, right? And I made sure the camera was on a level. The camera was level, and I made sure the table was level, right? And it shows that these blocks, although they get smaller into the distance, right, they don't ever go above that yellow line at all. Now, to make it more like the video that you are seeing, let me just do this. All right. So.
Why have you turned it upside down?
So that you can see it from the other point in relation to this picture that I was showing you, right? So nothing should ever drop below this red line. In the same way, when I'm playing this video backwards, upside down, nothing should ever drop below that yellow line, no matter how small it gets in the distance. Nothing would make things absolutely get smaller in the distance, because the formula for a perspective is alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r, where alpha is the angular size of the object, g is the distance to the object, and r is the actual size of the object. Using that equation, you can calculate exactly how big things should be based on how far away they are. And as this video that I did shows, things getting smaller does not make them drop below or above a tangent line, which means that on a flat Earth, this red line should be halfway up those hills. Those hills should be more than double what that line is up. It should be where it says only one conclusion is possible. Those hills should be up there if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And no matter how far away they got, they would never drop below that red line, which is your line of sight. Perspective doesn't make things drop down below a tangent. It makes things appear smaller the further away they are. Flat Earth, debunked.
No, it isn't.
Explain why.
Yes, it is.
Well, this particular example, I can't explain it.
You can, because it kills the flat Earth. And that's the thing is, no, it does kill the flat Earth. And the thing is, that is just one of the many observations that Miles Davis has made. I've got another one here, which is also taken from Terrapin Law, looking in the opposite direction, right? Now, this is a really good one, because they actually model out what it should look like on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. So again, the camera height is 210 meters above sea level. Hopeton Monument on the left there is 210 meters above sea level. You look at the mountain on the far right, Benimi, it's over 1,000 meters above sea level. Now, if you look at the bottom left, let me get the resolution up to you a bit. So if the Earth is flat, as the bottom left one shows, the mountains would be always above that red line. That's been modelled out if the Earth was flat, but it was also modelled based on a globe. And on the bottom right there, it was modelled based on a globe using maths, and the model matches what the camera took. Again, flat Earth, debunked.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Why not? You can't just say I'm not so sure. I've just shown you evidence the Earth isn't flat.
I told you at the beginning of the conversation of the debate that I don't have the answers to everything, but
you've got many answers now.
Huh?
Well, yeah.
No,
okay.
no.
Let me address that. Hold on. Let me address that, because this is the ultimate point of these conversations. Okay. We do want you to we don't want you to just blindly accept what we're saying. I've never asked a single flat earther, look, just shut the fuck up. I know what I'm talking about. Believe me. I've never said that to any single flat earther. I always try to leave you guys with something you can try at home yourself. Just like I did with the accelerometer. And I said, hey, look, you can do this yourself, okay? Anything. So the fact that you say to us, oh man, I'm going to need to look this up and go do some more research, that's understandable. That I can respect. That position that you're holding, I can respect with fully respect, because that's the position that I hold. You tell me something, I'm not going to just believe you. I'm going to go look into it a little bit more. I'm going to check out the cited sources, which is why we ask you, where's your cited sources at? You know, where are the actual things that I can go back later after this debate is done, this discussion, where I can go back and check to see that what you're saying does match reality. If you can't provide me with a cited source, I can't do it. Now, I can give you cited sources for anything that I brought up tonight.
Me too.
Okay. All right. Should we talk about one more point before I go?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I really hope you take some of this away. And I honestly hope that you take something away from what me and Team have been explaining to you. And like Team said, don't just take it blindly. I mean, you should listen to me because I've got a degree in physics, right? I genuinely know what I'm talking about. But at the same time, what would be good for you is to go and study a bit of physics and, you know, see if what I've said actually matches the reality that you learn to discern when you study physics. But anyway, over to your point.
What I'd like you to do, Craig, right, if it's possible, is for you to try either digitally or physically, try and recreate the model of a plane flying over the Earth and why it wouldn't travel quicker towards its destination if it was flying into the spin. Because really, before you start getting carried away with this...
Wait, what do you mean you want me to make a model? You want me to make a model of an Earth with an atmosphere attached to it?
I want to see, like you can make a model of the train, I want to see physically what you're explaining to me with your theory.
There you go.
No, that doesn't do it, mate.
Why not?
You
just asked to see it. There it is. Again,
I want you to show me. Okay, all right. Say take that and like as a whole globe. I don't want to, because there's this a video on YouTube that shows relative motion, but it shows like a kind of, just a snapshot of the movement, which allows it to have arrows pointing in all kind of directions and claim that it's moving backwards and forwards at the same time. I want you to get a globe like that and have a plane animated on it flying in a certain direction with the spin in another direction, and I want you to explain to me how it is that somehow, even though the plane is traveling at 400 miles an hour in a certain direction, somehow and the Earth is traveling 1,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction underneath it, somehow that allows it not to work.
You just said the Earth is traveling 1,000 miles an hour underneath it. That's not how it works.
Yeah. It is, though.
No, it's not. I keep telling you that the rotation of the Earth that elicits that 1,000 miles an hour linear speed is imparted onto the plane.
Look, you're blinding yourself with your own
No,
science.
I'm not. This is a fact. The Earth has an no. It is a fact. The Earth has an atmosphere. The atmosphere rotates with the Earth. Planes use the atmosphere to fly. It's as simple as that. What don't you get?
Planes use air to fly.
The atmosphere,
Planes
yes.
Use air, yes.
The atmosphere that is rotating with the Earth, yes.
Off the Earth, and they use the air to fly. That doesn't somehow equate to the atmosphere is all spinning at 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth. It just doesn't.
The atmosphere isn't spinning at 1,000 miles an hour because we've discussed that. The atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. That is a fact.
You with your team, right? I'm sure you've got some animators that are on there.
No, I do everything myself.
I'm animating for him right now. I'm animating for him right now. We're getting our proofs together.
Okay, can you please make a globe and show me in animated form what is happening to a plane as it takes off on it?
I don't understand why you're not getting this.
No, because I am getting it.
No, you're not.
No, you're not getting it.
No, I get it because, again, where is your maths to back up what you're saying? I get it. No, I get it, and I can explain it with maths. Where is your maths to back up what you're saying, right? No, listen, it's as simple as this. The atmosphere rotates with, shut up, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth. The atmosphere rotates, say it with me. The atmosphere rotates with the Earth. Come on, say it with me. Say it with me. Evidence. No, you've made a positive claim. You need to back that up. I can back up I can back up the atmosphere rotating with the Earth. So you just said it doesn't. How?
How can you back up the atmosphere rotating with the Earth?
Because we don't have 1,000 mile an hour winds going backwards at the equator.
That's because the Earth's not moving, mate.
Yes, it is. I have shown you evidence that the Earth is moving with measurements.
No, but you haven't.
Shut up. Don't say I haven't, because I'll just do this.
The Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours.
But that doesn't prove
every hour.
Yeah, it does. It proves the Earth's rotating.
No, it doesn't.
The gyroscope.
Yes, it does.
Mounted anywhere on Earth.
It doesn't.
It 100% does.
It doesn't.
In today's
It's
21st century navigation systems,
That's
they're using what's called a ring laser
And
gyroscope.
James, are you still there, James?
His name's Tom.
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation
Tom.
every 24
You guys
hours, that
are
means
so
Yes, I'm
every
here.
hour it has to turn 15 degrees.
Yeah. James, that little drawing you've done, like it literally looks like a 5-year-old's done it, and it's the kind of thing a 5-year-old would do. But you, as a fully grown man, are actually finding pleasure in doing that.
He's getting people in the chat are bidding on it.
Let me tell you something. I would not be enjoying this if it wasn't triggering you so much. So thank you for adding to my enjoyment.
Do I look triggered? Do I?
No, you look stupid.
You sound triggered. I'm not actually looking at the screen right now because I'm doing my art. But basically, this is you at your Flat Earth 12-step program. Hi, I am James George, and I'm a dumbass flat earther. Hi, James.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you're so
Let me
clever.
autograph it for
So,
you.
but let's
James,
go. Let's go.
James,
Let's go back to the fact that you keep saying the Earth doesn't rotate. No, you keep. No, hold on. No, hold on. James, no, you listen. James, shut up. I'm talking. My show. Shush. Right, I'm going to mute you because you're not listening. You keep saying the Earth doesn't rotate. Why am I able to present measurements that it does?
Look at you guys. You're fucking unbelievable.
Answer the question. You said the Earth doesn't rotate. Why am I able to present evidence that it does?
Because you can't. You're not. You haven't.
I just did. Do you want me to present more evidence?
No,
Because I've got loads, actually.
Yeah. No. I said I was going to go at 1:30, and it's 1:30. So I'm gonna say one more thing, and then going to go. Because to be honest, this is.
Go on then. Say what you've got to say.
I thought it was going to be like this.
Yeah. Bye. Never mind. No, he doesn't get to waffle his pointless nonsense. My God, was he one of the most arrogant, dumb Flerfs we've ever had on. Like, thick as fuck.
Oh,
no, that's not right because it doesn't make sense to me. How can he not get the fact that the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth? Why is that not comprehending with him? Like, he keeps asking the same fucking questions over and over.
Yeah, he was just missing the point completely.
Yeah. Oh, man. Right, I'm going to read some super chats and then maybe some gaming on Team's channel.
Yeah, my gaming channel. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's go have a few fucking laughs and talk shit about this guy while we're playing, while we're killing some enemies.
And I did see in the chat that people were wanting to come on, PhD Tony, Jail Truth, and a few others. But I kind of wanted it just to be me and Team tonight. James is calling me. I'm just going to ignore it. Just close down Facebook. I wanted it just to be Team and I tonight. To just this. I've been talking to this guy on Facebook for a while, and he's dumb as fuck. And I wanted me and Team to do our thing tonight. I do appreciate all the others that come on, especially PhD Tony and everything. But tonight, I just wanted it to be me and Team. And I hope you guys don't mind that. Team, thank you for being amazing as always.
Yeah, it was my pleasure, man. I love shitting on these people.
Oh, it's so easy though, isn't it? Right, Commander Darklight for $30.99 Australian. Thank you very much. Another day, another idiot. Yep. P Barnes for $5 Australian says, "Is James just Harold with a haircut?" Hashtag stop censoring Harold. Well, he didn't call me Harry Potter, so maybe not. Then we got another new member, Michael Acosta. Welcome to Destroyers. Tomorrow, I will, now I've got my computer sorted and everything, I'm going to be adding, I've got like another 9 emojis that I can add. So I'm going to be adding a bunch tomorrow, but you can use the few that I've got on there for now. And then we've got God's Auditor for $2. Shut up, Jerry. Yep. Michael Acosta for $5 says, I plan on downloading as much content as possible. You guys are coming with me to Afghanistan. Thank you guys for all the knowledge and laughs. You going to Afghanistan? Is that for military purposes? I hope that you stay safe over there, and if it is military, thank you very much for your service. And I hope that Team and I can give you some entertainment whilst you're there.
Yeah,
God's
I
Auditor,
hope so, man.
Yeah, God's Auditor for $2 says you're muted, Joey. Yeah, flat earthers don't understand conversations. I know Team and I can interrupt them and stuff as well. But the thing is, when flat earthers start talking on a false premise and then want to carry on talking for 5 minutes on a false premise, you kind of need to step in at some point and go, whoa, let's just deal with one of the things that you've said there, because everything is fucking wrong. Then we got Dan Robinson for £2 says hashtag stop censoring Jerry. Matt B for £1.99 with no message, thank you very much. And Jessica G for $2 says, yes, yes, team, let the rage flow through you.
Oh yeah, the rage was flowing tonight.
Yeah,
for sure. Sorry, I'm trying to get my gaming. I'm trying to get the gaming stream thing. I can't. Like, I just started the stream up. Of course, YouTube fucks everybody over by forcing the auto start. So it's auto started. We're already live over there, even though I'm not sending any information. But Johnny from the Plot Hole and Clive Wells, who are over there, will one of you please share the link to that video in the chat so people know where to find the after show, because it's not showing up for me. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Awesome. P. Barnes for $5 Australian says, if a French triangle has sides of 1, 1, and 1, well, it would just have a white flag with it as well. Luke
I was going to ask him the penultimate question. The penultimate question was, if a triangle has sides 1, 1, and 1, how many of those angles are right angles? Because then they go, oh, man, 1, 2?
They don't get anything. The flat earthers not understanding triangles is one of my favourite things in life. Luke Filewalker for €5 says, I've heard of squaring the circle, but circling the triangle is a new one. Yeah, he's the second flat earther. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus also said that the internal angles of a triangle were 360 degrees, and then doubled down on it. Ilya Moon for $2 says, where did you find this dumber than JM Flerf? Facebook. I literally spend hours a day trolling Facebook and poking as many flat earthers as I can so I can bring them here and display their stupidity for you guys. Jessica G for $2 says, I can feel your anger, team. It makes you stronger. It does. Prime Bait for $2.99 Australian says, I'm too sober for this level of stupidity. What the actual fuck? Sorry, I should have said start with tequila. Ilya Moon for $1.99 with a game over sticker. And then Christ Puncher for $5 Canadian says, FTFE lied to me. He told me he had engines. It's how he earned my respect. Well, now I don't believe in nothing no more. I'm going to law school. Sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you about having engines attached to my body. Don't go to law school. It didn't work well for Sleepy. God's Auditor for $2. Shut up, Josh. And then Macabre Malefica for $2 Australian. Team, Senpai, Dinger, please. I think he wants a real one.
Oh, yeah, I need to go get that. Office Max, that's where I need to go.
Yeah.
As soon as I get my car fixed, I'll do it.
And then my spirit animal, PhD Tony, for $5 Australian, says, James, you need to start from the basics of physics. You end up confusing yourself trying to work out stuff for yourself. Yeah, and let's face it, that's what these are. These are me and Team and other members of the community giving idiots free physics lessons. We should charge for this shit. Macabre Malefica. Macabre Malefica.
We charge our own fucking sanity.
Oh yeah, true. We charge our brain cells, that's for sure. Macabre Malefica for $2 Australian. No, I've read that one. No, I haven't. Senpai, beat that dinger like a drunk stepdad.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm getting it down to where I can incorporate everything I need to incorporate in it. But the dinger does not need to be on my stream deck. I need to have a sizable dinger in my hand to smash on. So I'll try to get that for the next one.
Then we've got Monkey Cat Pat, one of my favourite names in the community, for $5 says, every time you find yourself saying, what the fuck did he just say? Take a drink. I don't want to die. Are you trying to kill me? That's literal alcohol poisoning. Robert Golding for $5 Australian says, ask James what obtuse means. I bet he knows, seeing as how he is. No, he wouldn't have known what obtuse means. Not at all. Draco Fire for $5 says, James, a 16-year-old high school student like myself, knows more about science and physics than you. Did you drop out of secondary school by chance? I feel like you dropped out in kindergarten. God's Auditor for $2 says, guys, show Jebediah some respect, please. The Snark for €2 says, listen, Raichi0000 is laughing at you. Yeah, when other flat earthers laugh at you, you know you're dumb as fuck. Although Raichi, I don't think she's going to be a flat earther for long. Oh, Hip Hop Hippie's in the chat. Time to ban him.
I saw him.
Yeah, sorry, Hip Hop Hippie, you don't get any more of my time. I gave you many, many chances and you failed every time. Then we got Timothy Foster for $2 says, how many miles per hour does James' car engine spin? Yeah, I should ask him how many miles per hour a record spins or something.
God, yes. Wow, that would have been a great question. Thank you. Who said that? Who said that?
Timothy Foster.
Good job, Timothy Foster. I'll
Well
be
done,
using
Timmy.
that next time someone says, "Oh yeah, the Earth rotates at 1,000 miles per hour." Well, how fast does your fucking car engine rotate? What speed? Huh?
9,000 RPM. Oh, did you measure it in RPM? Yes, you fucking did. Caroline Clark, $5 says, how big is this guy's reproductive organ? I don't know and I don't want to know. Bella Charge for $2 says, rev counter in your car measures in miles per hour or RPM? Exactly. Makeba Malafika for $5 says, this guy is so woke, we could replace everything he says with PC rhetoric and the conversion would need little to no modification. True. It was just a whole lot of, I don't believe this. My eyes tell me something different. You've got measurements. I've never seen that. I'm just going to ignore you, show me the evidence, and spout a bunch of stuff anyway. Fucking idiot. Alien X Gaming for $5 says, James, I got your back, bro. I'll be a flat earther with you, but I'll learn quicker. And Alien X Gaming, I see I've got a few emails from you, but like I've honestly got over 1,000 unopened emails, and I'm trying to work my way through them. Makeba Malafika for $2 Australian. Makeba Malafika for $2 Australian says, screaming in mental anguish. Yeah, my brain was doing that all the time. Tommy Gronville for 20 Nokias.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Oh, I was just going to answer Alien Gaming because you actually asked a pretty good question. He says, so I was thinking about a compass, being that the compass points north. Let's not tell the flat earthers, but the compass actually, the north end of the compass actually points to the south magnetic pole, just like every magnet when you put them together, north and south meet. So they actually do point at the south magnetic pole. We just call it north and we say that that's north. If you were at the South Pole and you crossed directly over the pole, would the needle rotate 100 degrees so that it is still pointing north? Do you know what I mean? Well, actually, they have what's called 3D gyro compasses that will, anywhere on Earth, it points to almost to the center of the Earth. It'll still tell you which is north and which is south, but if you look at them, they're literally, they're just little balls in there. They actually sit like this, you know, on the ground. They rotate around. They sit in this angle like this. They don't point north like that. They point north at the ground like that. Oh, God damn it. I'm not on camera. Hold on. They don't point like that to the north. They actually, like if this is the Earth and that way is north, it doesn't point like that to the north. It points like that to the north, into the ground, because that's where the magnetic field is generated, is in the core of the Earth. So that's a great question to ask. And it wouldn't necessarily happen directly over the North Geographic Pole because the magnetic poles are not necessarily located at the geographic poles. All right, go ahead, fight.
I'm just responding to Dumbass. He just messaged me claiming that he clearly won.
Clearly.
That was an embarrassment to Flat Earth. Okay, back to the super chats. Tommy Gronville for 20 Nokia. The dents is thick with this one. Yeah. Honestly, how does he not cause a black hole? And if everything is due to density, right, why don't flat earthers sink to the middle of the disk? Stringer News 1 for $2 says, a whole of physics, more like it. Yeah, no, he didn't understand any physics. Makeba Malafika for $2 Australian says, Senpai, dinger, please. He wants more dinging, James. James, I'm calling you James now. Fucking team. God's Auditor for $5 says, Jeffro, they're screwing with you. Team Skeptic real name is Joshua Michael.
Hey! Who the fuck said that?
God's Auditor.
Them's fighting words. God's Auditor? Them's fighting words, God.
Yeah.
Shit. That was deep.
That got real deep. DCMS Tech for $10 says, need my morphine to endure this stupidity. Please don't resort to drugs because of flat earthers. Maybe some alcohol.
Yeah. Alcohol's a drug.
Yeah. Draco Fire for $5 says, his name is His Imperial Eminence, the Lord and Master of the Empire of Science. Team Big Daddy Skeptic.
That's right, baby. Big Daddy. Hey, he could have avoided all confusion by just calling me Daddy. That's it.
Tommy Gronville for 20 Nokia says, well said, Craig, well said. That was in response to my little rant that, you know, whenever anyone says that, oh, flat Earth's not dangerous or anything, I can just say that to them. And I'd appreciate it if someone in the chat would maybe go and clip that little rant for me and send it to me, because I think I might post that as its own video. Sparky NJ for $2 says, it's team Mr. Skeptic if you're nasty.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
William Foley for $5 says, to help pay the gas bill for the light. I need more money. The amount of gas that was to put on that dumpster, that's not going to cover it. Greater Than for $5 says, I would much rather someone call me a fracking idiot to my face than have them actively show they aren't listening to a conversation. Disrespectful. Yeah, he was disrespectful. What the thing is, right, what I noticed with him is that he constantly was having a go at us about over talking, right, when he didn't shut up. But when we were talking, he wasn't listening. He was just waiting for his turn to speak. He wasn't listening to what we were saying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Then we got.
And when he did listen, he always had the same fucking response, which was, I don't know, I have to look into that. Yeah, of course you have to look into it.
And we've got Asylum for $5 Australian says, can your hand feel the difference between 10.01 grams and 10.01000001 grams? No, it couldn't. Because our senses are fucking shite. The Sun Express for $5 says, a skyscraper turned mass damper requires detailed knowledge of gravity. Tuned mass dampers work. Fact. Yes, they do. It is a fact. Just Google it. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what a tuned mass damper is, so I'm going to have to Google that myself. Valis for $5 says, at Jessica G, at James, you can feel gravity effects from other objects. You just are constantly shifting to keep equilibrium. Yeah, that's true. Our bodies have naturally developed to kind of counter any pulls and stuff in any other directions. Syed Ahmed for $1.99 says, team is fucking savage. Got some fans
yes,
tonight,
I am.
team.
And I'm not going to change. Not going to fucking change. Sorry.
And I see someone in the chat that's literally called Flat Earther who says, don't we tilt, spin and wobble while orbiting the sun? The North Star's lack of movement disproves the heliocentric model, let alone the lack of parallax change to any constellation ever. My answer to that is, why did we change the zodiacs a couple of years ago? Maybe the stars do move. Amazing. Andrew Hassett for $2 Australian says, they are calling you an idiot because it's fucking true, James. I hope he's in the chat watching, because James, you are a fucking idiot. White Mage Serena for $2 says, thank you, flat Earth plus having proof equals division by 0. Yeah, you can't divide by 0. No matter how much you want to, Sleeping Warrior, you can't divide by 0.
Not gonna happen.
Nope.
Not gonna happen. Not tonight, not ever.
Fetty Fubar for £2 says, stop embarrassing the intelligent British dickhead. Nah. The Sun Express for $6.66, Hail Sagan. US spy satellites can resolve about 15 to 20 centimetre objects clearly. Yeah, and like Team said, those satellites are a lot closer to the Earth. Obviously, ones in geostationary orbit are like 225,000 kilometers up or something like that.
I should have definitely clarified that, because they are absolutely right. Spy satellites have amazing resolution, but they're so close to the Earth you could not get a full picture of one half of the Earth. In fact, even the satellites that we talk about, that are in geostationary orbit, they don't see a full one of the Earth. They only see like 94, 95% of the Earth. In fact, there's no distance you can go to see exactly half of the Earth, if you consider the Earth exactly a perfect sphere, because the points at exactly one half would only be seen by somebody who's in line with the parallel, that's in line with the tangent of that, and they would only be able to see the tangent point. Yeah. So that was my fault. I should have been more clarifying when I was talking about the satellites not being able to have that great of accuracy. There would need to be satellites that can see the entire half of the Earth.
Jay Rolleston in the chat says, you guys are as clever as a group of monkeys. Must be some fucking smart monkeys. Alien X Gaming for $5 says, when I hit this ball, why doesn't the smoke go down? Gravity should put it up. That should put it down. Lol, joke. I'm high as fuck. Have to handle this kind of stupid. Yeah, I'm out of weed at the moment, and I fucking feel like I need some after that. Syed Ahmed for $4.99 says, James, stop saying nuh-uh and provide some evidence for your imaginary flat earth. Thanks. Not going to happen. Stringer News 1 for $2 says, ground control to major team. And then we've got Rampant for 1,000 claps. Rampant, hit me up on Discord, dude, because you and I still need to arrange our friendly debate on supernatural stuff. Please, hit me up on Discord and we get that arranged. But he says for 1,000 claps...
I'm moderating it.
Keep it real. I love the community you've formed. I absolutely adore this community. I wouldn't say I've formed it. I kind of came into it and you know, and it's become a massive part of my life. But this community is fucking amazing. Like, mind-blowingly incredible. I love every single one of you. Honestly. I never thought I would be in a situation where I could do what I love doing because of the support of other people. And it's not just me that you guys support. It's all the other channels as well. Even all the little other channels that have, you know, less than 1,000 subs or just getting past 1,000 subs. This whole community fucking supports them. And that's incredible. You guys rock.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then we got Great Circle, who became another new member. Thank you very much. Martin C for $5 Canadian saying, just saying howdy. Carry on, wayward sons. Howdy, Martin. Petermas Prime for $5 Australian says, FTFE, you should collate a list of banned people and why. Right, at the moment, the only people banned are Nathan Thompson, because he's a child predator. Hip Hop Hippie, because he's had an infinite amount of chances and failed every time. And Flat Earth Jesus, because he called my son a retard. That's the ban list at the moment.
Yeah, that should have never happened.
No. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus will
especially
never get
we had a
again.
great we had such a good conversation and he ended it like that and I was like, why would you say that? I just had to kick him out at that point. I'm like, dude, you don't even get no more. You can't even find a valid reason as to have you on anymore,
No.
Ross. After that, you just you destroyed it. Like you were just doing so well until you said that, and then it was up. Nope, can't help you anymore, dude.
And obviously, no, there is one more. CJ, why you're an idiot? Purely because it's clear the guy has fucking mental issues, and is like a major red flag. And I don't think we need to play into that. So yeah, that's so Hip Hop Hippie, Ross, Nathan Thompson, and why you're an idiot. That's the ban list at the moment. Then we've got Daniel D and M for 20 Nokias, who just says one. What was that in response to, team? Oh, are you entertained? Yes. Oh. Then we got Jahartman Backer for $5 says, am I entertained? Does tingling in the nether regions count, team?
Yes, it does.
Castillo Fury for $2 says, I am very entertained. Thank you, FTFE and Team Skeptic. No worries. We love you guys. Vetty Fubar for £2 says, this dickhead is an embarrassing freak to England. Yeah, I'm in Scotland, so I can say I've disowned him. Robert Williams for $1.99 says, weight versus mass. Pick up a car or push a car. That's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, right.
That's so elegant. I'm going to use... Wow. That's actually such a simple argument. Like, it's actually brilliant. Thank you. Derek Watson for $2 says, can't have buoyancy without gravity. Without gravity, yeah, absolutely. RoBG. Stringer News 1 for $5 says, I went to Carlsbad Caverns in 1969 and haven't been back since. I've been to many other places though. Go ahead, claim that I lost the technology. I don't know if you can see my little kitten Frisbee back there having fun. Frisbee. We've got, I'm sorry if I ruined your game, Marco Hervik for 10 HRKs. Not sure what that is, but thank you. Need to go to sleep, guys. See you next time. It's too late. See you next time. Thank you. We got the Sun Express for $6.66. Moore's Law only applies to transistors. No more, no less the end. Yeah. Is anyone surprised that a flat earther misused something? I'm not. Stringer News 1 for $5 says, in 1945, the US dropped atomic bombs on Japan. It's strange that we're still not nuking the planet. Miguel Melesiano for $1.99. Polly wants a cookie. Yeah, he was a bit of a parrot, right? Robert Williams for $4.99 says, Apollo astronauts have heart issues linked to radiation exposure. Look up moon sickness on ARS Technica. Yeah, I did want to kind of get into the fact that I know there is some of the Apollo astronauts that had heart issues due to the exposure that they had, although it was very, very limited. You know, there's evidence that they were there because they had heart issues. Valis for $5 says, James, do you know how many inventions NASA has made since the moon landings? Many inventions, including things like the jaws of life that cut people out of cars. These screens, they're because of NASA. The fact that we're talking now is due to the technological advances that NASA helped in computing technology. There's so much that NASA invented that is, you know, everyday usage.
Hey, let's not forget the flat earther shoelace of choice, Velcro.
Yeah, absolutely. Although NASA didn't actually invent that.
It doesn't matter. It was a joke.
I know, it's the Vulcans gave that, though. You know that, right? Star Trek joke.
No, I didn't.
Stringer News 1 for $2 says, enough, James. Let the giant peach talk. I read James and the Giant Peach to my daughter recently. Julian Lizelle for £1.99 says, Team Skeptic, check your Discord. You really must see this.
Who said that? I did see... Wait, who said that?
Julian Lizelle.
Oh, yeah, I saw that because he was showing me some stuff. Our friend the idiot tonight, he's also an anti-masker, an anti-vaxxer, and a pro-hydroxychloroquine guy. All of which makes him even more of a fucking moron and idiot.
And the hydroxychloroquine thing, right? I've been doing so much research because I'm helping team with a video, and it's such a dangerous fucking thing. And whether it can possibly help some of the symptoms of COVID-19 or not, it literally causes your hearts to, you know, explode. It causes a biocardiac myopathy due to the fact that it can lower your blood pressure so much that your heart gets confused, doesn't know what it's doing. Hydroxychloroquine is not a good thing to be taking. Yes, it can have some medical benefits, but I'm not I'm not a doctor, but my research indicates that there are way more side effects, way more bad things in hydroxychloroquine than any benefit that it could give for COVID-19. And let's be clear, it does not cure COVID-19 by any means. It may be able to temporarily treat some of the symptoms, but to tout it as a cure, like Donald Trump has done, is one of the most irresponsible things that anyone has ever done. And the fact that Donald Trump is in the position that he is, as literal leader of the free world, and for him to say that, I mean, what the actual fuck? Like,
I mean, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people with autoimmune diseases that need hydroxychloroquine. Like, there's people that have lupus. There's people that have rheumatoid arthritis. There's people that have fucking malaria. You know, like as a treatment for malaria. There are reasons to take hydroxychloroquine, but just to prevent COVID-19, that's not a good enough reason.
No.
So that right there, you're shorten the amount available for people who do need it.
Yeah.
And you could possibly bring on other side effects like heart problems and whatnot with it. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, no, it blows my mind that it's been touted like that. And the day that Donald Trump did that press conference and was like, yeah, I'm using hydroxychloroquine, right? The prescriptions for hydroxychloroquine in the US skyrocketed. And you know what happened a week later? The number of people being admitted for heart problems because of hydroxychloroquine more than doubled. Like, I honestly believe that if hydroxychloroquine was given out as a cure for COVID, you know, quite easily, more people would die from the side effects than the virus itself. I'm not a doctor, but I've done a fucking lot of research on it. And that's what I seriously think, because it's not for everyone. It really is not for everyone. And it certainly doesn't fucking cure COVID. Donald Trump, you're a fucking idiot.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Robert Williams for $1.
I'm reading chat right now. I'm sorry.
Robert Williams for $1.99 says, if 5 divided by 0 is 0, then 0 times 0 equals 5. And if 5 divided by 0 equals 5, then 5 times 0 equals 5. You just broke math. Don't do that. Right. Vetty Fubar for £2 says, trying to sound clever, but you're dumb as fuck, silly man. JL Warren for $1.99 says, hey James, I'll be right over here. JL, I will try and arrange a chat with you and him to go over his atheist position, his religious position and stuff, because I don't think he understands what an atheist is. Alien X Gaming for $5 says, anyone else smoking as much as me to get through this? Craig and Daddy, you guys are awesome. No, you guys are fucking awesome.
Somebody fucking gets it. Who is it? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? I'm sorry.
Alien X Gaming.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Daddy is right.
Daddy, absolutely. Jahartman Backer for $5 says, I'm Christian and I know the earth is round, the evolution is real, science is the voice of God and math is the words. Now, although I don't agree with you, with your position on God, that is a extremely good position to hold, because I am an agnostic atheist. I don't hold a position that I believe God is real, but I also fully understand that if there is a God, there's absolutely no reason why the earth couldn't be round, evolution be real, and all science be real. I mean, who's to say that God isn't the one that put all that in motion? Who's to say God didn't start the Big Bang and make sure that evolution is a thing that could happen in the universe? I can't say that. I can't debunk that there is a God or not. However, observations say that a God isn't necessary for these things. But that's all I can say on the matter.
Sorry if you heard something.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
And then we've got the last one. It's a member, Oscar Gureka. Welcome to Destroyers. Guys, you are incredible. Honestly, it means the world that you are supporting me so much. Still 600 of you plus watching. It blows my mind every time that I see the chat and see, the chat has not stopped moving. I will watch this back tomorrow just so I can read all of the chat. That's what I love doing. And you guys make these streams worth doing. I do it for you guys. I do it because I love it, and I do it because of the support that you guys give me. And I love every single one of you. Thank you so much. And I know not everyone's able to support me by becoming a member or a patron and stuff. If you want to support me and you can't financially, the best way that you can do it is to share my streams on Facebook, on Twitter, Discord, all the good stuff. And that really, really helps my channel out. It's just by sharing it as much as you can. Show your friends, show your family, get it on your Facebook feed, get it on your Twitter feed, and it really helps my channel grow. Same for Team. He is one of the best content creators on YouTube. And he does what he does because of you guys, because of the support that you give. If you're not subscribed to Team Skeptic, then that is something that needs rectifying. You absolutely should 100% be subscribed to Team Skeptic. More importantly, go and subscribe to Team Skeptic After Dark, where we're going to nip over and do a bit of a gaming after show. Before we leave, Team, any final words?
Yeah. Yeah, I want to say thank you for defining my reason for being here. Like I didn't have a voice and wasn't fucking sitting right next to you, asshole. But no, honestly, you are 100% right. I could not do what I'm doing without the support. I would definitely be struggling to, I would need to get a job and all these other things, struggling to have the time to do all this. This is why I stopped owning my own business, is because I found something that I am finally and truly passionate about. It sucks that it took me over 40 years to find it. But now that I found it, I am having the absolute time of my fucking life. And it's not just me. It's those people that are out there watching now, that watch my channel, that watch your channel, that support both of us. They enjoy it, and they drive me. They show me that I'm having a good time, that my good time isn't just this fucking result of a personal bias or anything like that. So I do want to say thank you to everybody, and thank you to you too, Fight.
No worries, man. I'm always
sorry,
here for
dude.
you.
Are you choking on cock right now? You look like you're choking on cock. I've seen that look before.
I just took a breath and it just went down the wrong way. I don't know. It was weird. Oh, I think I've actually the super chats are updated, and I've got a few more actually. Wow. Oh shit. All right, there we got to there. And we got Selixis, who also became a new member. Thank you. Antonil Downs for $2. His bird analogy is natural selection. I know he kept describing evolution. Robert Williams for $4.99 says some studies have linked blood types to COVID outcomes. If COVID kills all people with A+ blood, That would be evolution through natural selection. Absolutely, it would. Price puncher for 2
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up before you get to the next. I do want to bring that up because there is some truth to that. Let's say that there was an affliction that killed off everybody except for people with blonde hair. Okay, and the next year, the next time we breed, you're going to see a lot more blonde-haired children because that's all that's out there. That's all that's there to pass down the genes. And I didn't want to bring it up because I don't actually know how genealogy works with hair color. But let's say that you have a mother and father that are both blonde haired, well, you're going to have a higher chance of having blonde kids. That means evolution is going to push you in that direction of having the blonde hair as a species. Pushing out black hair. Natural evolution. It's just a selective pressure that eliminates a gene type, or promotes a gene type. I'm sorry.
This is Frisbee, everybody. She's the little baby in the family, and she wants to get down now. Yeah, no, you're right, team. They don't understand the evolution, even though they literally explain it to us, right? That blows my mind. So we've got Price Puncher for $2 Canadian says $2 whole for all of team's art. Sold. Elia Moon for $2 says bid on the Madonna cone from the 80s. Yeah, team your drawings. Robert Williams for $1.99 says, does he know how sight on guns work? I'm going to guess no. Flamo Damo for $2 Australian. He doesn't have the answers for anything. No, Nutter was his answer. Antonio Downs for $5 says he's starting the e-skateboarding community. Would anyone want to help with donations? You know what? Feel free to chuck your link in the chat, and one of our mods let that through if you can. We're always happy to help a new community start. NA for $6.66. Hail Sagan. Every time team draws, a puppy drowns.
No, I'm not drawing anymore.
Oh, your baby kitten's cute as well. I love cats.
She got up in my lap right as you put yours down. So.
JL Warren for $1.99 says, for the Spanish master, gracias, Roberto.
Gracias, Roberto.
Wolf for $5 says, MS Paint happy hour live stream with Team Skeptic needs to be a thing now.
Yeah, I'll do that. Like we should have a live stream where people just tell me exactly what the fuck they want me to draw, and I'll photorealistically draw anything.
Channel deleted.
Except penises. Except penises.
We got Mitch Gardner for £5 says, watch one of the early promo videos of the new MSFS. It shows how the various parts of the aircraft interact with the atmosphere. Amazing. Glober Mum for $2 says, hashtag stop censoring James. Phil Hammer for $2 says, hashtag team... Phil Hammer for $2 says, team and I. I think he was correcting himself from an earlier one. What are you doing, Frisbee? You're getting crazy. Micropractor for 59 secs says, his ideas of the world are deader than the creature in my username. Microraptor, yeah. Oceano Plano for $2 says, the clouds curves. Lol. Jerome Alad Jacquin for €2 says, thanks for making insomnia fun. We do try. Great Circle for £2 says, kudos to Rachie. Keep keeping it real. You'll get it. Yeah, Rachie. Rachie, we are going to save you.
Well, are you hearing my... did you hear my alert right there?
We did, yeah.
Oh, shit. It's been playing all night, hasn't it?
No, that's the first time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Really? That's weird that it didn't... That's really weird. I'm sorry. I'll turn it off, though. Y'all don't need to hear every time I get a subscriber on my gaming channel. Go subscribe to Team Skeptic Gaming and fuck with Craig. In fact, I'm leaving it on. Go subscribe to Team Skeptic Gaming, and the lights will flash, and he'll be fucking annoyed for a bit. Go ahead, Craig.
Oscar Guerrero for $5 says, for your next CPU upgrade. Thank you. Draco Fire for $5 says, James George over there looks like he had surgery to look like Christian Bale, but had a toddler do the surgery instead of a trained professional. Oofed. Millennial Asshole for $5 says, had a family member who was a flat earther. After watching yours and Simon Dan's videos, he came back to being one of us. Team! We saved one!
Who did we save?
Millennial Asshole's family member.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Anytime they ever bring up fucking shit that you've done in life, just remember you've saved them from ultimate fucking
Yeah.
disgrace, social and social and economic disgrace.
Just a few more super chats. Diabetic War Slug for $5 says, this guy made me so much less hope for humanity than Keith and Rachie. Either way was great fun, FTFE and team. Thank you very much. And yeah, massive props to Keith and Rachie for being the best flat earthers that I've ever spoken to. Grumpy Old Man Joe for $5 Canadian says, thank you for doing something to make the Flerf stupidity as painful for them as it is for us. I won't stop doing it, don't worry. And then we got Madin Kada for $40 Canadian says, $40 for 40k, bro. Love from the Great White North. Thank you very much. I'm about 1,300 subs away from 40k, guys. I'm so fucking psyched. 3-1 for 5.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm only 223 away from 30k.
Fucking get in, team. 3-1 for $5 says, I was inoculated from tonight's stupidity by watching your 3-hour wannabe warrior video. Damn, 7 hours of FTFE today. I need alcohol. Yeah, I released my mega cut of Soup and Warriors episodes of Flerfs Are Idiots earlier. And team, it's my best performing video in about 6 months.
It's a 3-hour long video.
Yeah. Like when I went
Is that what I heard? Oh, well, I haven't seen it yet. I've not seen it yet. So.
Yeah, I went onto my analytics page on YouTube, and it was actually showing little fireworks next to it because it was performing so well.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm well amazed that just a supercut is doing that well. Thank you, guys. And then last one, God's Auditor for $2 says, team, let's play Drawful.
I would be probably excellent at Drawful.
Yeah.
Because I think the whole point is to be awful. But hey, I got this shit, man. I'm good. I'm a great artist, guys. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I just don't have a pad. If I had a pen and pad, one of those little digital pens, y'all would be saying fucking change your name to fucking Picasso Skeptic.
All right, that was the last super chat, guys. You are amazing. We're going to get out of here and go over to Team Skeptic's channel for some gaming on the after show. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the super chats. Team, thank you for being my amazing partner in crime as always. And remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Fight the flat.